Narrated by Reader's End. Prologue. He died as an unnamed extra. He didn't know if it was an accident or a suicide. It was a very old memory. After that, he was born again and died again and again. For some reason, his memory was not erased. He accumulated the memories of all his lives. He created a library of lives. Some lives were so long and huge that he put them in a corner of the library, and some lives were so precious that he placed them in an easy-to-reach place and often looked at them. He never reincarnated as a human. He didn't particularly wish to be born as a human, but he had reincarnated as other creatures many times, but he never reincarnated as a human. It was strange. When he thought he was forgetting his first life, he was born again. As a human. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Boo, boo, boo. The baby laughed. The newly married couple, Lee Seo-jun and Seo-jun, clutched their chests and collapsed at his smile. Our baby is so cute. Seo-jun's moan made Lee Seo-jun nod his head. Their baby, who was now 7 months old, was so gentle that he was a blessing. He ate well, pooped well, and had no health problems. Other couples with babies of the same age envied Lee Seo-jun and Seo-jun. Seo-jun, Lee Seo-jun. Daddy, daddy. The baby laughed with a loud sound. Even though he was still a baby, his round eyes sparkled and his features were clear. His smiling face was like the spring sunshine. He was a very cute baby, who seemed to have inherited only the good traits of his mom and dad. Ha him. The baby yawned and the couple's voices quieted down. Seo-jun gently patted the baby's stomach on the crib. Lee Seo-jun pressed the button on the CD player on the drawer. A gentle lullaby flowed out. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The baby, Lee Seo-jun, opened his eyes. Lee Seo-jun thought. It's too big. The door in front of him was too big. It was the door of the library that contained his past life memories. The baby's hand, which was as big as a maple leaf, slapped the huge library door. The door did not open. Of course. Sometimes he was born as a creature with intelligence below the standard. Even then, he sometimes visited this library of memories. Creatures with intelligence below the standard, that is, idiots, absorbed the abilities they saw without thinking, but sometimes those abilities were beyond the limits of their outer body, and in those cases, their body always broke down. He died several times like that, and he locked this library tightly. And he made it so that only the doors that matched his body would open. Give up on this door. This huge door would open wide as soon as he touched it when his ability grew. Lee Seo-jun waved his tiny hand. The huge door disappeared like a revolving door, and a smaller door appeared in front of him. There were many doors in the library. Every time an idiot appeared, he set the standard for abilities and made libraries. He thought about it again and realized that many idiots had died. He made it easy to see. The bigger the ability, the bigger the door, and the smaller the ability, the smaller the door. The size of the books containing life memories also varied. If it was a long and big monster's life, there were big and thick books, and if it was a short and small monster's life, there were small and thin books. Lee Seo-jun kept waving his hand. The door got smaller and smaller. He passed by doors that were as big as 5-story buildings or 3-story buildings, and finally, a blue door that was as big as a doghouse appeared. It was the smallest library here. It's the library I made when I was a slime. He mourned for the idiot slime who died 3 days after being born and sat on the floor in front of the small door. His appearance in the library changed according to his current body. He was now 7 months old, and it was amazing that he could sit on the floor by himself. A few weeks ago, he was lying on the floor in front of the library door and just staring at the closed door. Sometimes he rolled over. His head was big, so it was hard to sit up, and Lee Seo-jun lay down again. If it were another time, I would have opened it and gone in by now. The way to open the door was simple. He just had to touch the library door. Lee Seo-jun lifted his legs and kicked the air. Yucha yucha. Human babies grow too slowly. There was no point in going into this door. The only books he could see were useless books like slime books that only jumped around or fairy books that sparkled and flew around. Every time he was born again, he assessed the situation and learned the skills he needed for that life and recorded them. He had so many lives that he must have forgotten some things. He needed to look at the books to see what was appropriate and what was necessary for human life. Well, I don't think I need to see them right now. He was a baby whose job was to eat, sleep, and poop. Of course, every time he was born again, he remembered the which he did when his personality was light, and did it from the moment he had consciousness until now. His shiny appearance, even though he was a baby, was all thanks to the basic breathing method of elves. Lee Seo-jun rolled over again. Rolling over was very easy now. He turned his body and lay down on the floor, and next to the door that was as big as a doghouse, there was a very small door. It was a door that was as big as his face. It was not only small, but also dusty and dark, a black door that did not catch the eye. It was amazing that he found it now. I've never seen this before. He tilted his head and reached out to press the pattern on the door. The door opened slowly. He stuck his head inside the door. It got stuck at his shoulders, but it was okay. There was only one book inside. Lee Seo-jun pulled his head out and put one hand in to grab the book. As far as he remembered, he had never seen this book before. The book he took out of the door looked very old. It was covered with dust, and it seemed like the paper would turn into dust and fly away if he blew on it. The baby opened the book slowly. The book was written in Korean. Lee Seo-jun knew that the memories of his lives written in Korean gradually changed into monster letters. It was because he felt more comfortable with monster letters unconsciously. But this one was all written in Korean. It was his first life. All Lee Seo-jun remembered about his first life was that he was a nameless actor. He didn't even remember how he died. The baby spread the old book on the floor and read it slowly. It was awkward Korean, but he read it while recalling his memory. The book was interesting. It was a story of a man, Lee Seo-jun himself, but his memory was so vague that he felt like a stranger who tried to become an actor, but never made a name for himself, and died in an accident during filming. At the end of the book, there was a short sentence written. It must have been the last thought he had before he died. I want to be an actor again. I want to be the main character in my next life. The baby who sat in front of the old book on the floor pondered deeply. His heart, which had become dull after many lives, felt a little excited. He wondered if he had ever lived so hard to become something like this man. He hadn't. At first he was busy surviving, and later, life was too boring. The baby smiled crookedly. He felt moved by the book somehow. Okay, let's do it, actor. The baby looked at the book in front of him. No. He tapped the book as if to comfort his past self who died miserably. Just being an actor is nothing. I have to be a superstar at least. He would be a superstar who would remain in history for a long time. The baby promised that in front of the book of the unknown actor. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. He was hungry. His tiny stomach filled up quickly and digested quickly, so he was hungry all the time. The baby had lived many lives and had many memories. He thought it was best to move according to his instincts, without holding back in his young childhood, especially when it came to eating and sleeping. Wah. Seo-jun came with a bottle of formula mixed with warm water. My Seo-jun, are you very hungry? Seo-jun fed Seo-jun, who was 7 months old, with baby food and formula alternately. He still liked formula better than baby food. Suck. He was holding the bottle and trying to drink, but he got distracted by other thoughts. The baby decided to become an actor. No, he decided to become a superstar beyond an actor. Fortunately, this world was similar to his first life. As far as he could tell with his baby eyes that only saw the small house, it was like that. On the television that his dad and mom watched, there were news and entertainment programs like in his first life, but the celebrities that appeared were faces he had never seen before. Of course, he had only read about his first life in books, so it could be that it was the same world but he just didn't recognize them. Well, it doesn't really matter. The baby lay down on the white and fluffy blanket and sucked on the formula. It was delicious. His little feet stretched and curled up. His mom, Seo-jun, knew that it was what he did when he was satisfied. She smiled softly and tickled his little feet. His feet were ticklish from his mom's touch. The baby shook his feet in the air. There was no more formula coming out of the bottle. The baby's tiny stomach was full in no time. The baby's body wobbled. Seo-jun held him and patted his back. Seo-jun rested his cheek on his mom's shoulder. Burp. My Seo-jun, aren't you eating too much, ha. Seo-jun laughed at the baby's burp. The baby also laughed gaily. Asterisk. Seo-jun thought. What did he need to become an actor? No, a superstar. With his body that couldn't even stand up by himself now, he could only open a blue door as big as a doghouse that he made when he was a slime. Inside this door, there were only memories of when he lived as a slime and when he lived as a fairy as big as an adult's palm, and other memories of when he lived as a small monster. Those monsters usually had short lifespans and died early or died quickly like shrimp in a whale fight. Would that be helpful? Seo-jun recalled when he was a small slime. It was when he lived near the dragon's lair. The slime that wandered near the dragon's lair looking for food died after being hit by the dragon's breath, probably a yawn that had just woken up from sleep. It had been only 3 days since he was born. He felt like sighing at the past that seemed like a waste of time. Seo-jun shook his head and decided to go into the library first. He pressed the blue door with his palm. The door opened slowly. There were small 2-story bookshelves lined up long. Most of the books were thin and small like children's picture books. There were few books with words written on them, and most of them had pictures drawn like fairy tales. Seo-jun crawled slowly and looked at the names of the books. The bookshelves were divided by monster types. He had reincarnated as a slime several times, and as a fairy several times. Sometimes they were the same type, and sometimes they were different. He didn't remember everything. The baby picked up that was on the front and spread it on the floor in front of him. It was a book with large pictures drawn on it. There were pictures of a green slime dissolving food with acid and hitting a tree with its tentacles. It was as the baby thought. Slimes looked like water droplets and could change their shape according to their molds. Other than that, they seemed useless. Well, they were monsters that even young children could catch. He opened. A flower bloomed, and a small fairy that resembled the flower appeared inside it. There were pictures of the fairy flying around and sleeping with the flower when it wilted. He remembered something about this fairy as he looked at the pictures. Was a mischievous flower fairy. This fairy was born from a flower and died with the flower. It had a colorful appearance that resembled the flower. It had no special skills. It was just a fairy that lived happily for one day and died. Appearance would be helpful, but to use this fairy's skill, he needed a flower as a base. If he found a beautiful flower and registered this skill, he would have a similar appearance to that flower. The problem was, if the flower dies, I die too. No matter how long they lived, they would die if they lacked water or had too much water, or if the wind blew and broke their stems, or if they were stepped on. Flowers were fragile creatures. The baby quickly closed the book. He looked over the books on the bookshelf. I don't know what I need to become a superstar, because it's my first time living such a life. The uncertain future brought him anticipation. The baby slowly wandered around the bookshelves and looked at the contents of the books. This is not good, this seems good. Seo-jun chose 2 abilities for now. They were from and from. It digests anything. It converts the excess nutrients from the digested objects into the nutrients needed by the body. It expels all the components that cause abnormal status. It was a lowest grade ability, so it didn't have a dramatic effect like a complete transformation, but it would be very helpful for a baby who was growing. Moreover, it would have a better synergy with. It is the sparkle produced by the fairy's wings. If you sparkle, you can attract the attention of those who can see the fairy. If you shake the sparkle and act, some of those who can see the fairy will follow you. Was a bit of a gamble, but he thought it would be nice to be popular among his peers. If I'm popular among other babies, wouldn't my parents think that I should be an entertainer? That's how I plant the seeds. He had to prepare in advance. Appeared as a green round bead. Seo-jun held the bead with both hands and pressed it on his stomach. Spark! The bead passed through his stomach and settled in his tiny intestine. A blue pattern appeared on Seo-jun's chubby belly. The bead-shaped pattern was only visible to his eyes. Appeared as a small leaf-shaped wand that the fairy carried around. Seo-jun touched the wand to his right index finger. He thought that shaking his legs and arms every time he used the sparkle would be a bit strange in his current state as a baby. Spark! The wand was registered. Oh, here. He meant to register it on his index finger, but it seemed that his finger was smaller then, so a pattern was engraved on his palm. It was a grass-colored pattern. The baby clenched his hand. Squeeze, squeeze. It doesn't matter. When he clenched his fingers, the grass-colored wand pattern disappeared, and when he spread them, it appeared again. Squeeze, squeeze. The baby's instinct found it amusing to see the wand pattern appear and disappear. He fell into a trance while clenching and spreading his tiny hands. Squeeze, squeeze. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Seo-jun really eats well. The mother of Jae-yoon, who had a 7-month-old baby girl, said. Jae-yoon, who was born in March like Seo-jun, also ate baby food and formula alternately, but her daughter refused to eat anything lately. She shook her head when she was offered a bottle and spat out the spoonful of baby food that was put in her mouth. Seo-yun brought some fruit from the kitchen. It was Saturday afternoon when everyone was resting. Seo-jun's dad, who had a lot of work, went to work today, and his mom invited her friends over. There were 5 babies gathered in one corner of the living room. Seo-jun, who had just finished his formula, Jae-yoon, who didn't eat anything, twin brother Park Jae-ho and twin sister Park Jae-woo, and Mina Owen, whose father was American. They were all babies between 7 and 9 months old. The babies ignored Seo-jun's toys and played with their own toys. Seo-jun took out his dolls and played with them. Playing with dolls was a fun game for him who had half instinct and half reason. Jae-yoon's mother sighed. It would be nice if they ate obediently when they were hungry enough to cry, but it was frustrating that they didn't eat even though they weren't sick. Seo-yun said as she cut an apple. It'll get better soon. They said there's nothing wrong with her. She was so worried that she didn't eat anything that she went to the hospital. Everyone was worried, but fortunately there was nothing wrong. It was just that Jae-yoon didn't eat anything. When they grow up, how much trouble will they cause? The other mothers sighed at the words of the twin mother. Only Seo-yun, who didn't know what tantrums were because of Seo-jun, smiled awkwardly. The mothers' conversation continued after that. They talked about sending their kids to kindergarten, but the nearby kindergarten was too competitive, or recommended ingredients for baby food that were good for their kids' health. The baby who was playing with toys while touching other toys got hungry. He thought he had a good appetite and cried. "Wah wah! Oh my, is it time to eat already?" Seo-yun was surprised and looked at the clock. Time had passed quickly. When Seo-jun cried, the other babies started crying one by one. Wah wah wah! The living room was filled with the babies' cries. The mothers hurriedly took out the formula from their bags. Seeing that, Seo-jun stopped crying as if he had never cried. His mom would bring him the formula soon, so there was no reason to waste his energy by crying. But the other babies, who only had eating, pooping, sleeping, and playing in their minds, kept crying. Did I cry for nothing? His ears were hurting from the sharp cries of the weak babies. But if he didn't cry, he wouldn't get any food. Seo-jun shrugged his shoulders. He had a big head on his small shoulders, but it didn't show. Chapter 3. I'll get some water. Seo-yun went to the kitchen and brought back some lukewarm water. She put some formula in a bottle and added water. Soon, the nipples were inserted into the mouths of the babies who were lying roundly on a clean blanket. But the babies shook their heads. They had water in their mouths, but they didn't suck on it. They whimpered because they were hungry, but they didn't want to eat. Oh, Jae-yoon, if you're hungry, eat a little. Jae-yoon's mom sighed at the sight of her daughter, who refused to eat no matter what. The other babies were the same. Only Seo-jun was drinking formula from the nipple. Seo-yun picked up Seo-jun in her arms. She didn't do anything wrong, but she felt awkward seeing her son eating well by himself. Suck, suck. In his mom's arms, Seo-jun watched the situation. His mom looked embarrassed holding him, and the other people were also pushing bottles into the babies' mouths, pleading with them to eat at least one bite. Suck, suck. While drinking formula, Seo-jun raised his right hand. If he left them alone, the babies would continue to be noisy, and the moms would cry too. This might not work, but in the baby's right hand, there was a leaf-colored wand with stripes that no one else could see. I've never used it like this. To be honest, it was his first time using a skill like. He didn't need such a superficial skill in the monster ecosystem, where only the strong survived. It was rather dangerous. He had only used skills that involved fighting and surviving, and now he had to use this kind of skill. It was quite refreshing. Sparkle. Normally, a fairy's wings would sparkle, but Seo-jun didn't have wings, so his hair and skin glowed slightly. The crying baby's eyes turned to Seo-jun, who was shining mysteriously. The moms couldn't see it. Only the innocent and pure babies could see the fairy's sparkle. When the babies stopped crying and looked at one place, the mom's eyes followed. They saw Seo-jun, who was sitting on the floor with Seo-jun in one arm and holding a bottle with the other. Suck, suck. Only the sound of Seo-jun sucking on the nipple could be heard. While drinking formula, Seo-jun waved his right hand casually. He shook the sparkle. When a fairy's wings sparkled, it drew the children's attention, and when a fairy danced, the children danced along. The fairies played tricks on those who followed them. Sometimes they took the children into the forest and made them lost. The fairies danced or sang or did strange things. Strange things were most of them. It was all the power of the sparkle. Suck, suck. Along with the sound of Seo-jun sucking on the nipple, there was another sound from the nipples in the other babies' mouths. Suck, suck. The babies who were affected by the sparkle started to drink formula. Oh my! They all didn't know why, but they realized that the babies were following Seo-jun. The babies who were crying and refusing formula were gone, and instead, they were eating as if they had never tasted such delicious formula before. Seo-jun is amazing. Right, they all eat when Seo-jun eats. The moms were overjoyed and said, "How nice it is to see them eat like this." Especially Jae-yoon's mom, who had been struggling to feed her daughter for the past few days, said with a sob, "Jae-yoon, if you're hungry, please eat a little." Jae-yoon had been refusing to eat no matter how much her mom begged and pleaded. Jae-yoon's mom had a headache and tears every time it was mealtime. The other moms nodded in sympathy. Mina's mom stroked Mina's golden hair as she sucked on the bottle and said, "Is this what you meant?" "What?" The moms looked at Mina's mom. Mina's mom smiled slyly and said, "The baby version of mukbang." Mina's mom's words made a PFFT sound from the moms' mouths. Mukbang. The baby version of mukbang. Atalhaza. They all laughed at the joke made by Mina's mom, who was a vlogger who recorded and uploaded her daily life on YouTube. That's right. They could really do a mukbang show. They're stars. Mukbang was a genre of videos where people displayed various delicious foods in front of the camera and ate them in different combinations. It made the viewers vicariously satisfied and helped them with their diet, but sometimes it also made them order the same menu and eat along. The babies were also influenced by Seo-jun's eating. Ha ha ha, the moms laughed without caring about anything else. The babies didn't care about the mom's laughter either. They looked at Seo-jun, who was sucking on the bottle, and followed him. Soon, The bottles were empty, and the moms picked up their babies. Burp. Seo-jun, who finished first, burped first, and Seo-yun-hai helped her twin brother, Jae-woo, burp. Like a lullaby, the baby's burping sounds filled the living room. Fortunately, they all ate well and burped well, and they didn't seem to vomit. The moms put the babies back on one side of the living room and continued their conversation while occasionally looking at them. Seo-jun's mom. Jae-yoon's mom called Seo-yun-hai. Mina's mom had said it as a joke, but the heart of a mom who had a baby who didn't eat well was different. Jae-yoon's mom felt a bit embarrassed, but said it for her daughter. "I'm sorry to ask you this, but can you film Seo-jun eating and send it to me?" Everyone was surprised by Jae-yoon's mom's words. Especially Mina's mom said in surprise, "No, that was a joke." "I know that." Tears welled up in Jae-yoon's mom's eyes. The twin mom quickly handed her a tissue. "My Jae-yoon is so small compared to her peers because she doesn't eat well, so I've been trying to feed her well, but she just won't eat." Jae-yoon's mom shed tears. The moms looked at the babies. Jae-yoon, who was holding a rattle in her hand, was clearly smaller than Seo-jun, who was 7 months old like her. She was the smallest among the 5 babies. Seo-jun and Jae-yoon were different in size, but Seo-yun-hai thought that it was because Seo-jun was unusually healthy and tall for his age. She quickly raised her hand and said, "No, sis, Seo-jun is much bigger than his peers, so he looks like that. The doctor said that I have to feed her well," sob. Jae-yoon's mom burst into tears. Jae-yoon seemed to notice her mom crying, and her face twitched. Seeing that, Seo-jun sighed inwardly and raised his right hand to call the sparkle. "I don't need this useless crying when I'm not even hungry." Soon, Seo-jun's hair and skin glittered. The baby's eyes were drawn to him. "Oops, I forgot." The babies flocked to Seo-jun. It was different from before when he was safely in his mom's arms. The babies swarmed over Seo-jun, who was lying defenseless on the floor. They were babies who would grab anything with their hands and put it in their mouths. There was something shiny and amazing right in front of them. They couldn't miss it. Seo-jun's glittering hair and fingers went into the babies' mouths. Suck, suck. They sucked on them as if they were not formula. "Mom." Seo-jun looked at Seo-yun-hai, but she was comforting Jae-yoon's mom. His whole body was covered with the baby's saliva. He could have cried eek, but he saw that the moms were having a serious conversation. Seo-jun sighed deeply and gave himself up to the babies. He decided to sacrifice himself for the sake of not disturbing the mom's talk. "Suck, suck." "But why do I feel like my soul is being sucked?" "Really, I'm just asking you once," sob. Jae-yoon's mom clasped her hands and begged. Seo-yun-hai's heart softened. Her son ate well, slept well, and pooped well. He was never sick and healthy. She thought he was a very rare baby. She raised him without any worries or troubles. She was a mom, too. She understood Jae-yoon's mom's feelings very well. Besides, it was just filming him eating. It's not like she's asking me for money. She wasn't going to ask Seo-jun to eat every time Jae-yoon didn't eat. She thought for a moment and said, "Okay, I'll film him eating and send it to you on Banana Talk. He won't eat now because he's full." "Really?" Jae-yoon's mom asked in surprise. Then she grabbed Seo-yun-hai's hands. I'll only show it to my Jae-yoon, only my Jae-yoon." She wiped her tears and said, I'm really grateful. Really, thank you, I'll repay you. No, no. Just let me know when Jae-yoon eats well after watching the video. The twin mom and Mina's mom, who were watching them, thought for a bit and opened their mouths. Seo-jun's mom, can you send it to me too? Me too. My twins are not bad eaters, but they sometimes don't eat. Mina doesn't like baby food, so can you please send me the baby food version? Seo-jun nodded at their words. Sure, it's just filming him eating anyway. I'll film him eating both formula and baby food. Only then did the smiles return to their faces. Seo-jun smiled too and turned her head to her son, who ate well and slept well. Oh my, Seo-jun. Mina. Jae-ho, Jae-woo. Jae-yoon. Seo-jun son was half resigned under the babies. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. Ding dong. Daddy's home, Seo-jun. Seo-jun, who was playing with a doll on the soft mat in the living room, turned his head at his mom's words. The door opened, and his dad appeared at the entrance. Seo-jun crawled towards the front door. Well, he tried to crawl, but his chubby belly rubbed against the floor. The baby's arms and legs flailed on the ground. Lee Seo-jun, who had worked until Saturday evening and barely got off work, picked up his son who was trying to crawl towards him. My son. Seo-jun stretched out his arms and hugged his dad. Lee Seo-jun hugged his son tightly and kissed his wife Seo-jun's cheek, who was standing next to him. He also kissed Seo-jun's rosy cheeks. Son kissed too. Let's wash up first, Seo-jun said, and Seo-jun pushed his dad's cheek with both hands. Lee Seo-jun laughed. It was always a warm home. Lee Seo-jun quickly washed up and played with Seo-jun, while Seo-jun prepared dinner. Seo-jun talked about what happened during the day while preparing the side dishes. So, when Seo-jun drank formula, the other babies followed him, right? That's amazing. That's what I'm saying. You know Mina's mom is a vlogger, right? Lee Seo-jun remembered Mina's mom's videos. She uploaded fusion dishes that mixed American and Korean home cooking or introduced small interior items. Yeah, you showed me last time. Yeah, so Mina's mom said our Seo-jun is a mukbang star of the baby world. Seo-jun said with a laugh in her voice. Lee Seo-jun also laughed out loud and looked at his son who was playing with dolls. He was happy to see his son having fun, but he felt like sighing whenever he saw the dolls. The dolls that his son played with were made by his friend when he was 5 months old. Actually, Lee Seo-jun was amazed that his son played with these dolls. He and his wife wanted to throw away these dolls, but their son, who had never been stubborn before, cried and made a fuss and gave up on them. Lee Seo-jun's friend liked games and had good hand skills, so he often made figures, dolls, miniatures, etc. He made these dolls by hand. They were called monster dolls. An ugly green orc and ogre, a twin-headed troll with 2 heads, and a dragon with huge wings. The dragon was so well made that even the scales were expressed, and it looked very scary. The other dolls didn't look very cute either. Is this a waste of talent? His son often played games where he knocked down dragons with orcs. He seemed so excited that he couldn't stop him. He was doing that now too. He held a small slime in one hand and hit the dragon doll. Kaya. He looked completely excited. Do I have to stop him? Lee Seo-jun worried that his son would develop a violent personality. Seo-jun came out of the kitchen after finishing preparing dinner. It's okay, Seo-jun is very nice. Yeah. Today, he got surrounded by babies for a moment while I wasn't looking, but he didn't hit any other kids and just stayed still. Surrounded. Lee Seo-jun was shocked. Surrounded. He imagined his son being miserable and unable to move because of the other babies. Seo-jun noticed his thoughts and lifted Seo-jun up and shook her head. No, not like that. More like he was popular and they wanted to touch him. Oh, that's good. Lee Seo-jun also headed to the dining table. A splendid table was set with delicious soybean paste stew and rolled eggs. Seo-jun also sat in a baby chair. Seo-jun didn't eat with them but ate after they finished eating. He had just finished taking revenge on the dragon that killed him when he was born as a slime. Well, it was a model. He thought he would enjoy dinner tonight. Seo-jun flapped his arms excitedly. Hedda, you're really happy, huh? Lee Seo-jun pinched the baby's cheek. He smiled involuntarily at the sight of the baby laughing happily. Seo-jun brought rice and dinner began. So I filmed him drinking formula earlier, but you'll have to film him eating solid food. It's hard to feed him and film at the same time. Okay, I'll finish eating quickly and film him. Lee Seo-jun answered and scooped up a big spoonful of rice. Asterisk. Dinner was over, and it was time for the baby to eat. Seo-jun, who was sitting in a baby chair, watched his dad look for a camera in the drawer. His mom brought the solid food. He wants to use the glitter, right? Seo-jun remembered what happened during the day. He heard the moms asking Seo-jun for help because the babies wouldn't eat while he was surrounded by the babies. I didn't know the glitter would be used like this. He thought his skin and hair would be popular with the babies because they sparkled. He fed them to stop their crying. He didn't expect it to come back like this. Seo-jun, let's eat. Seo-jun sighed inwardly and looked at his mom and dad. He was a well-fed and well-slept baby who had no worries, but other parents might be different. He remembered the face of Jae-yoon's mom who cried. No choice. The problem was that was on his palm. If it was on his finger, he could have shaken it slightly without being seen by the camera, but to shake his palm, he had to shake his arm. And it would be obvious if he only shook his right arm, which had the mark. Do I have to raise both arms? I've never eaten with both arms waving. Hoping that his mom and dad wouldn't think it was weird. Lee Seo-jun looked at his dad who was calling him. Asterisk. You got a message, ding ding. It's here. Is it? Jae-yoon's mom, Lee Seo-jun, still hadn't eaten dinner. Jae-yoon's dad, who had just come home from work, was the same. It was because their precious only daughter refused to eat again. At least she ate once in the afternoon. That's a relief. Lee Seo-jun felt like crying at her husband's words, but she held back her tears and quickly opened Banana Talk. Seo-jun's mom had sent 2 videos to the group chat. This is the formula version. This is the baby food version. Sorry for being late. Lee Seo-jun typed a message quickly. No, thank you so much. Then she played the videos. She opened the baby food version, which had more nutrition. Her husband, who had heard about the afternoon from Lee Seo-jun, also watched the video. Seo-jun was sitting in a baby chair and looking at the camera. A small male voice said, Seo-jun, look this way. It sounded like Seo-jun's dad. At his dad's voice, Seo-jun's eyes turned to the camera. He smiled brightly. A small baby bowl was placed in front of Seo-jun. Seo-jun held a small baby spoon in her hand. Seo-jun, let's eat. At Seo-jun's words, Seo-jun opened his mouth wide. The spoon disappeared into Seo-jun's mouth. He closed his mouth and chewed. Then he raised and shook both of his arms. Huh, are you excited? Is it that delicious? At Seo-jun's words, Seo-jun opened his mouth again. The baby food was gone. Seo-jun put more baby food into his mouth. For about 10 minutes, Seo-jun's eating scene was filmed. Lee Seo-jun commented on the well-filmed video. Good, Jae-yoon, let's eat. Her husband ran to the kitchen to heat up the baby food. Even as he prepared to feed their child, they were doubtful whether this video would work. But they wanted to try anything, so they quickly went to their daughter. They fixed the smartphone in front of her and put Jae-yoon in a chair. Ugh! Jae-yoon started to whine. Jae-yoon's dad quickly put the baby food on the table. Lee Seo-jun stirred the cooled baby food with a spoon and pressed the start button on the video. Seo-jun, look this way. Seo-jun's dad's voice was heard. At the same time, Jae-yoon's dad said, Jae-yoon, look this way. Jae-yoon turned her head to where her dad's voice came from. The smartphone came into Jae-yoon's sight. Seo-jun was inside it. Lee Seo-jun quickly pushed the spoon toward Jae-yoon's mouth. Jae-yoon saw it. Seo-jun raised and shook both of his arms again. And he shone brightly. She felt like following Seo-jun. The simple baby mimicked what she saw in front of her eyes. When Seo-jun opened his mouth, Jae-yoon also opened her mouth. When Seo-jun bit the spoon and chewed, Jae-yoon also bit the spoon. There was baby food on the spoon. When the baby food entered her mouth, Jae-yoon chewed and swallowed. She ate. Lee Seo-jun clenched her fist. She ate. Jae-yoon's dad, who was about to shout in joy that his daughter finally ate, barely swallowed his voice at the pain he felt on his thigh. It was because his wife was glaring at him with fire in her eyes. His wife whispered softly without opening her lips much. Be quiet, she has to finish the whole bowl. Okay. The couple quietly fed their daughter. As if all the trouble they had gone through was a lie, Jae-yoon finished a bowl of baby food in no time. They wondered if she had ever eaten so obediently before. Tears blurred their eyes. Lee Seo-jun patted Jae-yoon's back. Jae-yoon, who had eaten well, slowly closed her eyes. She fell asleep with a soft snore on the fluffy bed. Her chubby cheeks were very cute. They had been so worried that something was wrong with her that they had even gone to the hospital. They had tried to feed her all kinds of formula and baby food that babies liked and were tasty. They all failed. The more they failed, the more they felt guilty that they were not qualified to be parents. Lee Seo-jun, who could smile now, said to her husband, We should buy Seo-jun a gift. Let's do that and send a message quickly that Jae-yoon ate well and thank you. Oh, right. Lee Seo-jun laid Jae-yoon on the bed and picked up her smartphone. The group chat was already full of messages. It was Mina's mom and the twins' mom. Really, what's going on? Mina ate everything. She didn't even fuss about food. The twins ate too in an instant. Lee Seo-jun, Jae-yoon's mom, also left a message. Jae-yoon ate too. It's only the second time she ate today. Really, thank you so much. Seo-jun, who read the message, told her husband who was putting their son to sleep. Their son, who had eaten well, was half asleep and fell asleep on the soft blanket. His round cheeks were very cute. They all said it worked. Maybe they were just hungry and ate. To Lee Seo-jun, who had only seen his son eat well, a baby who didn't eat was a bit unfamiliar. Seo-jun knew a little bit about the mother's feelings because she had baby mom friends. They don't eat if they don't want to. Jae-yoon's mom even went to the hospital. To the hospital. Only then did Lee Seo-jun realize how serious it was and patted Seo-jun's stomach. He thought that his and Seo-jun's son was really a kind and gentle child. I hope it works tomorrow and the day after too. Me too. As the couple wished, Seo-jun's formula eating show and baby food eating show were very effective tomorrow and the day after too. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. The effect of Seo-jun's video did not end with one time. A week later, Seo-jun's banana talk had many messages piled up. They were messages from mothers who praised Seo-jun's video. He ate again today. Wow, Jae-yoon ate everything without skipping a single meal. Do the twins weigh twice as much now? The twins' mother was joking, but the other mothers also had a chance to weigh their children. Especially Jae-yoon, who gained a lot of weight and made his parents cry. Seo-jun seems to be growing really fast, doesn't he? Lee Seo-jun looked at the picture that Seo-jun sent him. She sent him a picture of Seo-jun taken just now on Banana Talk. It was a picture of Seo-jun sitting on a scale with a bright smile, holding an orc with green skin in both hands. And she sent him a message with his weight from last week and this week. Lee Seo-jun was amazed by the huge increase in weight. Well, his son was a child who ate well, slept well, and pooped well. He would have been worried if he didn't gain weight. Oh, Seo-jun. Kim Hee-sung came. Kim Hee-sung glanced at Lee Seo-jun's phone. An orc, the one I gave you, he still likes it. Lee Seo-jun sighed. Kim Hee-sung laughed awkwardly, scratching the back of his neck. Cold sweat ran down his back. No, I really didn't know he would like it. He wanted to tease Seo-jun, who always smiled brightly. He wanted to see Seo-jun cry in fear. Kim Hee-sung, as a joke, filled a large box with monster dolls that were piled up in his house and took them to Lee Seo-jun's house. He thought he would take them back as soon as Seo-jun cried. I didn't know he would like it so much. Lee Seo-jun rubbed his face. As soon as he opened the box, his son screamed in a high-pitched voice. He thought he was scared and quickly closed the box, but his son was so excited that he hit the box and Lee Seo-jun's arm with both hands. It hurt. It looked like he was shouting, "Open it! Open it!" So Lee Seo-jun had no choice but to open it for him. He became completely attached to them. Sorry. Seo-jun crawled into the box and buried himself in the dolls, giggling. Kim Hee-sung was also surprised by Seo-jun's reaction and didn't know what to do. At that time, Seo-jun was standing there with a blank expression, holding Totoro, a rabbit doll that had been abandoned by Seo-jun. But he really has a strange taste, Seo-jun. Are you in any position to say that? Kim Hee-sung, who had been nagged by Lee Seo-jun and Seo-jun for about a week for giving such dolls to a baby, raised both hands at Lee Seo-jun's faint words. I'm really sorry. No, I gave up now. He said he gave up, but Lee Seo-jun opened his phone gallery and showed him pictures of Seo-jun. Seo-jun holding an orc, Seo-jun holding a slime in both hands and smiling, Seo-jun crushing a dragon, Seo-jun sleeping with a werewolf. Seo-jun with a twin-head ogre. Kim Hee-sung quietly bowed his head. I'm really sorry. Seo-jun's smiling face was cute, but the dolls he was holding were terrifying. It was enough to doubt his parents' taste. Kim Hee-sung had no choice but to apologize for the imbalance. Lee Min-jun nodded his head. Kim Hee-sung's apology was not enough until Seo-jun's taste changed. Lee Min-jun didn't know. He never thought he would hear Kim Hee-sung's apology for a lifetime. Kim Hee-sung sat down. Thanks to working until Saturday to finish his work, he could relax today. Maybe it would have been better to work today. He sat down without any motivation. Lee Min-jun showed him a video. Kim Hee-sung expected it. It would be either a video of Seo-jun or Seo-yun, or a video of both of them. His expectation was right. Our Seo-jun eats well. This arm strength. But Kim Hee-sung also thought that Seo-jun was very, very cute. He seemed to have inherited his parents' good points and hidden good points, and was very cute. Kim Hee-sung, who was watching Seo-jun eating baby food, opened his mouth. He saw Seo-jun shaking his arms and eating. But why is he shaking his hands? Lee Min-jun shook his head as if he didn't know at Kim Hee-sung's question. Seo-jun didn't shake his hands when he ate baby food this morning. Why did he do that? Maybe he's very excited. Eating every time he eats. Lee Min-jun shook his head and said no. Kim Hee-sung thought hard. The difference between usual and now was. Camera. Lee Min-jun looked at the video at Kim Hee-sung's words. There was Seo-jun, who was shaking his arms and smiling brightly. Does he like cameras? That's why he's excited and shaking his arms. Is that so? Oh, Seo-jun has the potential to be an actor. Lee Min-jun looked at the video again at Kim Hee-sung's words. Kayak. Seo-jun's laughter was heard. Asterisk. Wow, really, Jae-yoon and we got praised at the hospital. Seo-yun smiled at Jae-yoon's mother's words. It had been 2 weeks since she sent the video of Seo-jun eating. The 5 babies ate well without making a fuss. He eats well even without watching Seo-jun's video now. Mina's mother nodded her head at Mina's mother's words. After watching Seo-jun's video for a few days, I thought he wouldn't be able to eat without it, but now he eats well without watching it when it's time to eat. Well, there was a little bit of a struggle in between. That's nothing, he's a baby. The 3 mothers agreed with Seo-yun's words. She smiled brightly and brought a cake that Mina's mother had made. A whipped cream cake with lots of strawberries. It seemed to celebrate the resolution of the mother's worries. There was a moment when everyone was silent as if they had the same thought. Seo-yun looked at the 3 mothers. They had no makeup on, but their faces shone brightly as they solved their worries. Seo-yun felt choked up. The other mothers were the same. Jae-yoon's mother, who had a weak heart, had tears in her eyes. Thank you, really, Yun-hai. No. Really, thank you. Some people might say it was just baby food, but it was more painful for parents than skipping a few meals themselves. He eats well, plays well, sleeps well, and he doesn't get sick. It's only been 2 weeks. I was really happy for those 2 weeks. Mina's mother also said. She was grateful for Mina, who ate without fuss, and for Seo-jun too. Doesn't our sons look more lively? The mothers laughed and wiped their tears at the twins' mother's joke. The babies also laughed at the mother's laughter. Seo-jun was surprised to hear the mother's words. That had an effect through the video. It was his first time using his ability through a medium like a video, so he thought it wouldn't have any effect, but it seemed otherwise from the mother's words. He didn't expect it, but it was good news. If an ability like works through a video, it would be easier to become a superstar. Seo-jun giggled and hugged the doll that Kim Hee-sung gave him a few days ago. It was a doll of a black mage Lee King that Kim Hee-sung said he made himself. Seo-jun was startled by the skull doll with a crown. It looked even scarier with a green cubic in its eye, but Seo-jun liked it so much that he hugged it all week. The babies moved away from Seo-jun, who was laughing happily. The Lee King's green eyes seemed to glare at them. As they ate cake and talked, Mina's mother cautiously opened her mouth. If it's okay, how about uploading Seo-jun's video on YouTube? YouTube? Seo-jun asked, and Mina's mother nodded. I'm uploading vlogs on YouTube, you know. The mothers listened carefully. I used to upload Mina's appearance a little bit while uploading vlogs, like Mina ate well today, or she didn't eat well. Then there were a lot of comments from other baby moms saying their son or daughter doesn't eat well either. Seo-jun and the mothers nodded. Seo-jun, who was wiping the mat with the Lee King's hand and drawing a magic circle on the cloud-shaped mat, also nodded. There must have been more than 4 babies who didn't eat well here. But for the past 2 weeks, I kept saying Mina ate well today. I gave her a new baby food and she really liked it. I didn't even realize it. Mina's mother looked at Seo-jun apologetically. Jae-yoon's mother and the twins' mother also flinched. They also bragged to their parents and in-laws that their children ate well these days. It's okay. It's not like you talked about Seo-jun. Seo-jun shook her head. So there were comments asking me to tell them the secret of how to make babies eat well. And besides that, there were comments saying their babies don't eat well. They even went to the hospital. The mothers looked at Jae-yoon's mother at the mention of the hospital. Jae-yoon's mother shrugged her shoulders. Jae-yoon was now a child who ate well. She had nothing to worry about. I didn't talk about Seo-jun's video. I just posted the brand of Formula Mina drinks and some baby food recipes. Yoon, if you're okay with it, I want to upload Seo-jun's video on YouTube and help other baby moms. I see. Seo-jun thought about it. The mothers waited quietly for Seo-jun to finish thinking. Should she upload Seo-jun's video or not? Seo-jun thought hard. It was about Seo-jun's face being uploaded on video. It was a situation where Seo-jun's opinion was needed more than anyone else. But her son was only a 7-month-old baby who crawled around saying a boo-boo-boo. The baby's mom and dad had to make a decision. I think the good thing is, it will help babies who don't eat well. Their parents will also be able to solve their worries, and the bad thing is that Seo-jun's face will be known. There could have been other good and bad points, but she couldn't decide by herself because it was about Seo-jun. She finished thinking and opened her mouth. I'll talk to my husband first. Okay, you don't have to do it if you don't want to. Think carefully and decide. Mina's mother nodded at Seo-jun's words. If only Seo-jun could talk, I would ask him. Seo-jun looked at her son, who was cleaning the mat with the hand of a skull doll. The dark and white bones. She momentarily forgot about YouTube and sighed at the skull doll that Kim Hee-sung gave her. Chapter 6. Chapter 6. Lee Min-jun moved the skeleton doll. Seo-jun held a small dog doll. According to Kim Hee-sang, it was a werewolf doll that turned into a human when it saw the full moon. Seo-jun and Lee Min-jun sighed as they saw the sharp eyes and the fierce mouth with flashing teeth that looked alive. But Seo-jun was happy to hear Kim Hee-sang's explanation. He said he would give him a human version as a gift next time. He was such a cool uncle. Duong. Oh yes, I am the king of skeletons, the Lich King Edmund. Seo-jun whined at Lee Min-jun's awkward acting. Lee Min-jun read the script on the paper and spat out the lines while moving the skeleton doll. He didn't act like that at other times, but he always reacted dull when he played with monster dolls. It was a script written by Kim Hee-sang, Seo-jun's best playmate. Seo-jun likes realistic things, right? Is this realistic? Look, Seo-jun. Dung. I am the cursed dragon, Black Dragon, and I will destroy the world. Weja. Kayak. Lee Min-jun thought he had never seen Seo-jun so excited. He looked at the paper again. There were lines on the paper that were hard for him to say. As Lee Min-jun tried to put down the paper, Seo-jun grabbed his father's hand. Dad. Seeing his son's sparkling eyes, Lee Min-jun sighed and opened the paper again. My minions, my subjects, follow my calm command. You woo-woo. Oh, my Seo-jun, our son says you need to put more emotion into it. Seo-jun, who was sitting on the sofa and drinking tea, said with a giggle. Lee Min-jun rubbed his face with one hand. My Seo-jun's mom, your son, he really likes this. He loves it when he plays with Hee-sang too. You-wo. Okay, don't talk to mom and play with me. As if he knew his son's heart well, Seo-jun smiled happily and lifted the werewolf version doll. The blue fur of the wolf doll sparkled as if it had been treated somehow. The Lich King and the werewolf. It was obvious that the Lich King would win, but the baby's play was different. After a few times of awkwardly spitting out lines and clashing Seo-jun's wolf doll and skeleton doll, Dad said, I lost. The werewolf won. The baby loved this play where he always won. Seo-jun hugged Seo-jun, who was excited. She patted his belly to calm him down. Hoo. Oh my, Seo-jun won. Seo-jun is amazing. Whether it was calming or exciting him, the couple's words made Seo-jun's arms and legs flail in the air. He felt his body twitch and his heart beat fast as he heard his parents' praise. Seo-jun couldn't speak, but he shouted in his mind. Dad, Mom. I'm awesome, I'm great. The baby's instinct overcame Seo-jun's reason. After playing with his son for a while, Seo-jun mentioned what Mina's mom had suggested about YouTube. So I was thinking about uploading videos on YouTube. But what if Seo-jun grows up and asks why we did that? What should we do? Lee Min-jun laughed at Seo-jun's worries. It's just a baby video, and by the time Seo-jun asks that question, it will be already forgotten. That's true, but in my opinion, Lee Min-jun recalled his conversation with Kim Hee-sang. He thought of Kim Hee-sang, who saw Seo-jun waving his arms and said he liked cameras and had the potential to be an actor. Lee Min-jun was leaning towards that idea too. Maybe Seo-jun likes being filmed. Seo-jun. Look, he usually eats quietly, but when we filmed him with a camera, he was so happy and even waved his arms. That's because you have to wave your arms to use, Dad. Seo-jun thought as he heard Lee Min-jun's words, but it wasn't a bad approach. Seo-jun was in a baby's body that could barely speak or express himself. It would be nice to be famous from an early age if I want to be a superstar. Seo-jun liked the idea of his parents leading him in that direction. Seo-jun smiled brightly. Suddenly smiling, Seo-jun was patted by Seo-yun-hai. She remembered 2 weeks ago. Seo-jun was eating his food happily while waving his arms. Come to think of it, he did. There was a camera in front of Seo-jun for the first time when he was eating. Did he know and like the camera? The baby who was nibbling on his fist looked at Seo-yun-hai and smiled brightly. Lee Min-jun shrugged and said, "He's the one who complained that my acting was not cool." The Seo-yun-hai exclaimed, and Lee Min-jun made a face as if he realized what he had said. Seo-yun-hai looked at him with disbelief. "Why are you surprised by what you said?" "No, I just said it without thinking. Our son is really amazing," Lee Min-jun said with admiration in his voice. "How did he know that my acting was awkward?" "Maybe because your voice was unnatural and you kept pausing." "Well, he can't understand the words anyway." Lee Min-jun nodded. Seo-yun-hai lifted Seo-jun and looked into his eyes. Seo-jun thought, "I can understand everything," and smiled sweetly. "Our son, isn't he a genius? He seems like a real genius, right?" "He's 7 months old, no, 8 months old now. How are other 8-month-old babies?" "I don't know." Seo-yun-hai answered Lee Min-jun's question as she shook Seo-jun in the air. "Our Seo-jun grows fast. The hospital said he's in the top few percent. There's hardly anyone to compare him with." "Wow, Seo-jun is awesome." The couple's eyes turned to their son. Seo-jun pretended not to know anything and nibbled on his fist. "Then should we really make him act?" "Acting?" Seo-yun-hai and Lee Min-jun thought of the baby roles and child actors they had seen in dramas or movies. And then they thought of the actors who successfully transitioned from child actors to adult actors. But then they also thought of the actors who couldn't escape from their childhood image and eventually quit acting. The parents' worries deepened. Seo-yun-hai, who was holding Seo-jun in her arms, said, "It was about YouTube that Mina's mom had suggested. So I was thinking about uploading videos on YouTube." But what if Seo-jun grows up and asks why we did that? What should we do?" "Mom, Dad, I don't think that's the most important thing right now." "Oh, right, that's not the problem." Seo-yun-hai came to her senses and said, "It was too early to think about becoming an actor or a star. At least, they had to wait until their child could express his own wishes." Lee Min-jun realized her thoughts and felt embarrassed. "So, you're okay with uploading it on YouTube?" "Yes, I agree. Mina's mom said she had a hard time because Jae-yoon wouldn't eat. I don't know much, but it would be a good thing if it helps other people." "Okay, got it. Then I'll upload it on YouTube." He handed Seo-jun to his father's arms, and Seo-yun-hai picked up her smartphone. She wanted to contact Mina's mom. Min-ju-un-nai. "I talked to my husband, and we think it's okay to upload it on YouTube." "Really?" "Then make an account with your name and upload it." "My name? Can't you just upload it on your channel?" "Yun-hai, you don't know because you watch my videos a few times a day. That counts as a lot of views. Other moms will definitely watch it too, so you can apply for monetization later and put ads on it. Buy Seo-jun something delicious." "Is that so?" Seo-jun words made the couple look at the banana talk screen together. The baby was tired from playing and fell asleep, his eyes closed by themselves. The parents' voices became quieter as they noticed. "That's a good idea. I didn't think about ads. We can use it for Seo-jun's education later. I want to let him do whatever he wants," Lee Min-jun said, and Seo-jun thought for a moment. She also wanted to let Seo-jun do whatever he wanted. But it was just a video of a baby eating. With this kind of video, will it make that much? She wondered. Or maybe Seo-jun's allowance. Lee Min-jun joked lightly, and Seo-jun laughed. "Yeah, we're not trying to make a fortune." Seo-jun brought her laptop from the room and came to the living room. She put the laptop on the table and logged into YouTube. YouTube was easy to upload videos, so Seo-jun quickly made a channel. What should I name the channel? Badok. Just then, Banana Talk came in. It was her YouTube senior, Mina's mom. "Oh, I forgot to tell you, but put the title and channel name in English and Korean." English. There are English-speaking moms on my channel too. Korean babies are not the only ones who don't eat. Foreign kids don't eat either. If you put the title in Korean, they won't be able to find it. English. Mina's mom's message made the couple think deeply. Lee Min-jun patted Seo-jun's back as he slept and said, "Our son really doesn't have any sleep problems and sleeps well." It was a random remark, but the couple didn't think it was strange at all. Mom and Dad were happy with even the smallest advantages of their baby. "He's such a filial son." "I know, our son is the best." "Wait, think of a channel name, Seo-jun's dad." Seo-jun scolded Lee Min-jun, who laughed out loud. "Let's keep it simple. We're only going to upload 2 videos anyway." "That's true. How about Seo-jun, Seo-jun?" Seo sounds weird, so Jun. That's how they decided on the channel name. Is it too simple? Seo-jun tilted her head and then shrugged. She uploaded the video. She didn't think she could come up with a better name anyway. What about the video title? Just write baby food version and baby formula version. Mina's mom will explain it for us. Mina's mom was the first one to introduce Seo-jun's video. Should we? Seo-jun agreed with Lee Min-jun's words and uploaded the video. Seo-jun sent a banana talk message to Mina's mom. "Unnai." Lee Min-jun carried Seo-jun to the bedroom and gently rocked him. His soft words flowed out like a lullaby. "Our Seo-jun will be famous now. Then he'll buy Dad a car and Mom a car and a house. PFFT." Seo-jun burst into laughter at Lee Min-jun's words. He also smiled at her laughter. Seo-jun followed his tone and said, "Yeah, our Seo-jun will buy a car and toys and go on trips . I uploaded the video. The channel name is, and the videos are the same ones I sent you before, baby food version and baby formula version. Thank you so much, I'll promote it for sure." On a chilly autumn night, in a small apartment in Korea, a video that would become the eternal #1 of the best 10 videos that parents around the world should watch when raising a baby was uploaded. Chapter 7. Eric Smith had a 15-month-old son who had just started to utter words. He was overjoyed when his son said Mama and Papa. Maria. But now he felt like crying. His son, Jack Smith, refused to eat anything since morning and clenched his mouth shut. It had been only 2 days since he was left alone with his son. He was flustered by this unprecedented situation. He had been trying to feed his son for 30 minutes. He regretted it. Why didn't I learn from her then? He remembered how his wife had struggled to feed their son one more spoonful. Nuo. He looked at his son, who was sitting in a baby chair and banging the small table with both hands. He felt like he was going to get sick. He had tried everything from airplane games to train games with the tiny spoon in his hand, but nothing worked. He finally resorted to his last option. I didn't want to bother you. But he couldn't let his son starve. Honey, Jack won't eat, slightly frowning face. What should I do? There's some yogurt in the fridge that Jack likes. Try that. He won't eat that either, slightly frowning face. Park Maria, who was on a business trip in France, sighed as she read her husband's message. 2 days. Her son was very picky about food. That's why she had stocked the fridge with only the foods that Jack liked before she left, but they ran out in just 2 days. She had also bought the things that he didn't eat when she was there, but they were useless. What should I do? She had to stay in Paris for 3 more days. No, only if things went well, but now. Manager, this hasn't arrived yet. Someone shouted and waved a paper. The startled manager jumped from his seat and picked up the phone. He dialed a number quickly and waited for the other person to answer. He shook his leg nervously and showed his impatience. Beep. Hell. What do you mean now? If you don't send it now, what are you going to do? We don't have much time left. Don't you know how important this is? He interrupted the other person before they could speak. Maria rubbed her face with both hands as she saw the manager ranting on the phone. I can't go back even after a week at this rate. Was this what they called stress? Park Maria let out a sigh from within. Then she sent a message. The recipient was Eric Smith, her husband. You can do it. You're his papa, winking face. Honey. Maria. Eric shook his smartphone. It was a futile scream, but he couldn't give up on his last resort. He hoped that his voice would reach Paris as he shouted. Maria. Nuo. Eric collapsed on the table in frustration. Jack was still hitting the table. Tears welled up in Eric's eyes. Tears welled up in the baby's eyes, too. Eric looked at Jack, who was sobbing. He wondered if he missed his mom or if he was hungry. If you're hungry, just eat. Eric lifted a spoon. It was yogurt, Jack's favorite. Jack knew the sweet taste of the white yogurt, but he didn't open his mouth. He shook his head vigorously. As Eric and Jack were about to start their second round. Ding dong. An alert sounded. Later, when Maria came back home after finishing her business trip for 2 weeks, Eric told her that the alert sounded like heavenly bells. Of course not now. It was an unnecessary alarm. What is it? An alert came from the pine pad on the table. It was the pine pad that Maria used for cooking or working at the table. The screen showed that one of the YouTube channels that Maria subscribed to had been updated. It was a YouTuber that Maria sometimes referred to when she made fusion dishes of Korean and Western cuisine. Eric hesitated for a moment. He had been trying to feed his son for over 50 minutes. Okay, Jack, son, let's have a truce for a moment. Eric raised both hands. Jack also pouted his lips and muttered to himself. He decided to watch the video for a change of mood. This YouTuber's daughter has been eating well lately. He recalled what Maria had said. They were YouTubers and subscribers who were raising babies together and trying various methods to feed them through comments and broadcasts. But these days, Maria said she was envious of the YouTuber's daughter who ate very well. The YouTuber had posted a formula only sold in Korea, so she had to order it overseas, and he bought it and tried making the recommended baby food, but it didn't work for Jack. I wonder if she'll share any tips on how to feed babies well. Eric pressed the start button. There was no ad, unlike usual. 2 minutes. It was only a 2-minute video. He had hoped to relax for about 30 minutes while watching the video, but he looked at it with an awkward expression. He thought it was a bit strange, but he didn't stop the video. It was a stroke of luck. He thought it was really lucky that the alert sounded then. And he thought that watching that video was the best thing he had done after marrying Maria and having Jack. Lala held the camera with her hand and seemed to be filming herself. The screen was shaky, and she spoke with a serious face. Eric nodded. She paused for a moment and opened her mouth. What? Eric was surprised. A secret. The people who were watching her video around the world were also surprised. Lala bowed her head slightly. She looked sorry. What? He remembered the formula that he had waited for hours until it was restocked and barely bought it. The quantity was limited, and he barely managed to buy it before it sold out. And the ingredients that he bought to make baby food, which were piled up in the fridge. He looked at the fridge with a dumbfounded expression. Lala had just said recommend, and Eric, he didn't believe her 100%, but he felt like he had been scammed. Eric opened the comment section to see what other people thought. There were already many comments. What do you mean? It wasn't because of the formula and baby food. I had to go through so much trouble to get that formula. They don't even ship overseas. Hangul kowa enus hangul kowa. I even paid extra money for it. Lala just recommended them, that's all. Exactly. Her recommendations might not suit other babies. It's not Lala's fault. But she said there was another secret. That's why we're disappointed that she hid it. Maybe it's something related to her personal life. There were no comments with swear words because they were all Lala fans, but there were many comments that blamed and felt let down by her. There were also many comments that defended her. It seemed like a fight was about to break out. As he scrolled down the comments, he heard Lala's voice and saw subtitles. A plain icon appeared at the top of the screen. A title appeared, Baby Food Version. He could watch it right away by clicking on it. What is this? He couldn't tell from the title alone. Lala video continued. He wondered what kind of video it was that she had to persuade her. Several photos of Lala's daughter eating while watching her smartphone were uploaded. He turned his head and looked at Jack, who still had his mouth shut. With that, Lala's video ended. The only thing left was the video that Lala recommended. He hesitated for a moment and decided to try as she said. His last resort, Maria, had left everything to him. He placed the pine pad where Jack could see it well and heated up Jack's baby food. It was food made with Lala's recommended baby food recipe. He thought that if it was her recommended baby food, he would eat better while watching the video. Will this really work? He doubted it, but seeing Jack, who hadn't eaten for an hour, he had no choice but to try. Jack clenched his mouth shut and he sighed. He placed the baby food in front of Jack. He sat next to Jack, and decided to feed him while watching the video together. "Please eat." The video started. A baby with black hair appeared on the screen. A younger baby than Jack, who looked like he wasn't even 1 year old yet, was sitting in a baby chair. He was a cute baby with chubby cheeks and distinct features. Then a small sound was heard. It was a man's voice. "Daddy Jun." The channel name appeared. It seemed like the baby's name. A woman's hand came out and showed the white baby food on the small spoon she was holding. He also scooped some baby food on Jack's spoon. And he sneaked a peek at his son. His son's expression softened slightly, and he stared at the video. "Oh!" He held his breath and waited for the timing. The baby in the video, Jun, opened his mouth and the spoon went in. Jun waved his arms happily. Jack's eyes widened. He saw a mysterious baby with shiny hair eating baby food. Very deliciously. Yum yum. He felt like he wanted to follow him for some reason. Then, Jack opened his mouth. He noticed it. Now, swoosh. The spoon went into Jack's mouth. Jack chewed and swallowed without spitting it out. His eyes widened. Oh, oh, oh. He felt like shouting with emotion, but he held back. There was still a lot of baby food left. Papa, Papa. Jack, who had eaten a whole bowl of baby food, hugged Eric and kept calling him Papa. He felt like tears were blurring his vision. No, this is not the time. He quickly took out his pine pad and wrote a comment on Jun's video. He quickly subscribed and pressed the like button. He made sure he could play it easily next time he fed Jack. He ate everything. It really works. My daughter ate everything too. I recommend this for babies who don't eat. I tried for an hour but couldn't feed him anything, but as soon as he saw the video he ate everything. Jun, thank you so much. And he also went to Lala video that introduced Jun's video. The short 2-minute video had many disappointed comments, but they were gradually deleted. It wasn't Lala who deleted them. The people who wrote the comments voluntarily deleted them. Thank you. Please tell your friend that it was really helpful. Thank you for persuading her. My son eats really well. I'm the mom who wrote a comment earlier. I'm sorry. Really, thank you for uploading the video. Ding dong. Did you feed Jack? It was Maria. He wrote a message with a bright face. He also sent a picture of the empty baby food bowl. He did it for his wife, who was working hard and worrying about her son and husband who were having trouble feeding him. Mission complete. He ate everything, slightly smiling face. How did you do it? You're amazing. He laughed. He planned to keep Jun's video a secret until Maria came home. He wanted to show off how well he could feed him without her. Of course, he would be found out as soon as she came back. I'm good, aren't I? Slightly smiling face. Just like Eric Smith, the viewers who watched NS videos and fed their babies formula and baby food increased. The comments and likes of the 2 videos also increased. 24 hours after the video was uploaded, the number of views was close to 1 million. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. Seo-jun opened his eyes with a flash. He had slept very well without dreaming. Lying in his crib surrounded by walls, Seo-jun looked at the colorful mobile dolls and stretched his arms and legs. Then he bit on the pacifier that was connected to his chubby wrist by a string, a gift from his mom. Suck suck. Other babies would have cried as soon as they woke up, but Seo-jun was different. He enjoyed his pacifier leisurely. The presence of light makes mana exist. It does not conflict with other breathing methods. Except for darkness. It harmonizes the body of the holder. Seo-jun breathed. He inhaled and exhaled. This world had little mana, but not none. Seo-jun had learned since he started to think. There were two things he never forgot when he was reborn. He made sure to remember and had a similar effect to, but it helped the beings of darkness. Seo-jun chose one of the two attributes and learned the basic breathing method when he had some understanding of his new body. Seo-jun's breathing gradually calmed down. As he repeated inhaling and exhaling, very small manas seeped into his body. He had chosen these two breathing methods as his first abilities in many lives for one reason. The biggest advantage of and was, "Oh, you're already awake." Dad popped his head over the crib. Seo-jun smiled at him. Safety. They could safely finish even if someone touched them or suddenly stopped breathing during the process. Especially, it was useful when he was born as a weak monster that could not relax for a moment. Seo-jun is awake. Yeah, but why are there so many Banatoks? It was Sunday morning. Dad, who didn't go to work, came out to the living room with Seo-jun in his arms. Mom was looking at her laptop and smartphone on the living room table. She must have set an alarm because it kept ringing Banatok Banatok. Dada Dada. Seo-jun is noisy too. I know, I'll turn it off soon. Seo-jun hurriedly turned off the alarm. Lee Min-jun sat next to Seo-jun. Seo-jun leaned on Dad's stomach and sat on his lap. But what's going on? Why are there so many Banatoks? Well, first of all, Min-jae Unni and So-young Unni. It seems like everyone Seo-jun knows is sending them. Seo-jun said with annoyance. The banana talk messages kept pouring in during the conversation. Seo-jun pondered. He was hungry. Should he cry or not? Min-jae Unni told me to go to YouTube. She said it's a total mess. Seo-jun barely read the message and logged into YouTube. Min-jun also looked at the laptop screen. Seo-jun decided to wait for now and looked at the screen. YouTube was where Seo-jun had uploaded a video of him using before. YouTube, a site where people from all over the world upload their own videos. Dad sometimes watched the news that explained the past, present, and future of YouTubers. He didn't know much about it, but Seo-jun knew that there were people who became stars through YouTube, not celebrities. Wow, what is this? Wow, this is scary. Seo-jun and Lee Min-jun were shocked by the huge number of views and comments. Lee Seo-jun also saw the numbers on the screen. This is amazing, right? He had hoped that many people would watch it, but he didn't expect it to be this many. And it hadn't even been 24 hours yet. As the three of them were marveling, a phone call came in. It was from a senior YouTuber, Mina's mom. Seo-jun quickly answered the phone. She was not happy, but rather scared by the unbelievable number of views and comments that she saw on her screen. Hey, Min-jae Unni, what is this? What happened? Did you see? Amazing, you're awesome. No, really, is this real? Yes, you're a total star. Oh no, I mean Seo-jun. Seo-jun is a total star. Mina's mom's excited voice filled the living room. Lee Min-jun and Seo-jun couldn't take their eyes off the screen even as they heard Mina's mom's voice. Mina's mom quickly added, "Hurry up and apply for monetization." Monetization. Wait a minute, honey. Lee Min-jun took the phone from Seo-jun, who was flustered, and switched it to speaker mode. Hello, Mina's mom. I'm Seo-jun's dad, but isn't there a requirement for that? He tried to sound calm, but he was also surprised by the situation. You have to be famous to achieve that in a day or two, right? He had heard Kim Hee-sang talk about the requirements for monetization when he uploaded videos of making dolls for him on YouTube. No, it's okay. Seo-jun's channel already met and exceeded the requirements by a lot. Really? Yes. I checked the watch time and the number of subscribers, and Seo-jun's channel passed them yesterday evening. Seo-jun pointed at the number of subscribers on the screen with a stunned expression. Lee Min-jun, who was on the phone with Mina's mom, looked in that direction. Subscribers, 200,000. Lee Min-jun's mouth also dropped open. Lee Seo-jun was conflicted. He was hungry, should he cry or not, but his mom and dad looked too shocked to cry. Minus 200,000, 200,000. And it's still going up. Mina's mom's voice continued. Seo-jun and Lee Min-jun didn't show any signs of changing their expressions. Feeling like his stomach was sticking to his back, Lee Seo-jun decided to cry. Wow. Seo-jun and Lee Min-jun snapped out of their trance at Lee Seo-jun's cry. Lee Min-jun picked up Lee Seo-jun and rushed to the kitchen. All right, let's eat. Our son, you need to eat. I'll talk to Min-jae for a bit. Seo-jun applied for monetization of channel while talking to Mina's mom. Lee Min-jun poured warm water into a bottle and added formula. Lee Seo-jun, who had stopped crying quickly, waited for the formula in Lee Min-jun's arms. Wow, really, what's going on? Dad muttered to himself in a daze, but he made the formula very naturally. He was a father after all. He checked the temperature of the formula and put the nipple into Lee Seo-jun's mouth. Slurp, slurp. Lee Min-jun quickly took Lee Seo-jun back to the living room. Seo-jun had hung up the phone and was reading the comments on Lee Seo-jun's video. Did you apply? Yeah, they'll put ads on it as soon as it's approved. But what happened? Seo-jun, a teacher at an academy that teaches Korean to foreign students, slowly read the comments. There were many languages, but she read the ones in English and Korean. Everyone. My kids wouldn't eat, but they could after watching this video. If I feed them 5 times a day, 3 of those times take about 30 minutes of coaxing, but they really eat right away when they watch Seo-jun's video. Lee Min-jun leaned over to look at the screen, making Lee Seo-jun, who was enjoying his formula, uncomfortable. He couldn't make a sound with the nipple in his mouth, so he slapped Lee Min-jun's arm with one hand. Sorry. Lee Min-jun adjusted his posture and looked at the screen again. Lee Seo-jun also glanced at the screen. He could read some Korean because he watched TV with his dad and read picture books and fairy tales, but there were more comments in English and other languages. He tried to read the occasional Korean comments, but his mom and dad read them too fast. As the comments scrolled down, my eyes hurt. Lee Seo-jun blinked his eyes a few times and decided to focus on his formula. Slurp, slurp. Lee Min-jun and Seo-jun were engrossed in reading the comments. There were comments thanking them and saying that they recommended it to their friends. Thud, thud. It was Seo-jun phone. The message was from the twins' mom. Seo-jun read the message, while Lee Seo-jun finished his formula and dropped the bottle on the floor as if he was done with it. The bottle was heavy. Ouch! Dad, who had just gotten out of the comment hill, quickly grabbed the bottle. Hey, you should call Dad if you're done. Dad. That's right, you should call me like that. What if you drop it? What do you expect from an 8-month-old baby? Seo-jun said as if she was incredulous at Lee Min-jun's words. Lee Min-jun smiled and patted Lee Seo-jun's back. Burp. Our Seo-jun is a genius, so he understands everything. Every parent thinks their child is a genius. Our Seo-jun is really a genius. Yes. Seo-jun let her husband's words go in one ear and out the other, as she opened the link that the twins' mom sent her. It was an article. It was a small online article, but it was clearly an article. Lee Min-jun also saw the article. They both couldn't say anything. They barely uttered some words. Wow, I thought my heart stopped. What happened overnight? After that, links to articles or posts about Seo-jun's video were sent to Seo-jun and Lee Min-jun's banana talk from everyone who knew Seo-jun. Hey, isn't this the video of Seo-jun you showed me before? Crazy, wow, really? Even Kim Hee-sang, who wasn't even married, contacted them after watching Seo-jun's video. Content. I'll tell you the channel name first. It's YouTube, go watch it now. If you show it to your babies, they'll eat right away. There were a lot of comments on the 3-line post on Mom Cafe. At first, there were many comments wondering what kind of post it was, but soon, there were praises for the video. Comments, 1,293. Wow, my daughter ate everything. It really works. What's the principle? Wow, I'm feeding her for the 3rd time while watching this video and she really eats without any fuss. Seo-jun is awesome. My son doesn't work. He doesn't eat. I saw some people like that. It doesn't work for some people. My son is 4 years old. It doesn't work. My daughter is 3 years old. No effect. There were more posts and articles after that. At first, it was a video that moms watched among themselves, but now even couples without children or unmarried people started looking for the video. That's a good idea. Minus 23 months, no effect. Minus 5 years old, no effect. Minus 10 months, effective. The parents' solidarity was amazing. They soon started a movement to find out the range of the video's effect. Someone analyzed and did some statistics. And the result came out. On sites that had nothing to do with babies, posts titled started to appear. There were screenshots of Seo-jun's video, comments from Mom Cafe, and pictures of babies eating while looking at their smartphones, which were proof shots. Wow, does he really eat? Lol, it's amazing, lol. They say it doesn't work from 21 months. 26-month-old baby mom Cries Hangul Koyu Enus Hangul Koyu Enus Hangul Koyu Enus. No, really. Does it stop working exactly from 21 months? Yep, it doesn't work. My daughter is 21 months Hangul Koyu Enus Hangul Koyu Enus Hangul Koyu Enus. She doesn't eat Hangul Koyu Enus Hangul Koyu Enus Hangul Koyu Enus. Why is that? I think it's more amazing that he eats lol. Before long, appeared on the real-time search terms. It was a low rank, but everyone clicked on it once. And there was one person here. Someone who was looking at the posts with a serious expression. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. Choi Hyun-jae, the planning team leader of the Elephant series, bowed her head. "Sigh, what should I do?" The more she read the comments, the darker her vision became. Just a week ago, she was happy to think about getting a bonus, but now she felt like she had to write an apology letter instead of getting a bonus. Surely I won't get fired, right? She had been lucky these days. She finished her work happily on Friday and won 50,000 won on 2 instant lottery tickets she bought. Her work went well, and the clothes she bought online fit her perfectly. The food she ordered late was delivered in almost 15 minutes, and it was so delicious that she thought it would become her regular place. She slept well without dreaming, got up early and finished cleaning the house neatly, and was about to watch a movie that had good reviews for being fun. Bang, bang, bang. The wind blew. It was the beginning of a storm. Kang So-ra, the marketing team leader, sent her a frantic message on Banana Talk. She wondered if she had to work until the weekend and made a face, but now she felt lucky or unlucky that she didn't. Hyun-jae, we're in big trouble Hangul Koyuenis Hangul Koyuenis. Why, what happened? We were going to hire Lala for the CF deal, right? She uploaded a video on YouTube. Lala was the biggest contributor to the sales of the Elephant series in the past week. The formula that Lala fed her daughter was one of the Elephant series. She recommended the Elephant series in her video, and thanks to that, her small formula company was sold out all week. Not only in Korea, but also in the United States, Britain, Australia, and other countries where Lala videos were watched by parents, they seemed to buy at least one bottle. From online shopping malls that shipped overseas to domestic marts, they received orders to increase their orders along with the words that they were sold out. So we increased our production. As soon as she found out the reason for the formula sellout, she proposed that it would sell well for at least 3 months. So they were running the factory 24 hours a day, but that was a mistake. It wasn't because of the formula, it was because of the baby mukbang. After that, Choi Hyun-jae couldn't take her eyes off her laptop. She watched Lala video first, and then Jun's video next. To be honest, the baby, or Lee Seo-jun according to the man's voice that could be heard faintly, was cute. Was there such a pretty baby? It was amazing, but this video was the cause. The situation changed quickly. Choi Hyun-jae read the comments on YouTube and went to a mom cafe where her cousin's ID was registered and visited various sites. In the meantime, Baby Mukbang had at least one post on most sites. It ranked low, but it even took over real-time search terms. Finally, Choi Hyun-jae sighed as she looked through the verification photos taken by the mothers. Really? It was as if she was hypnotized. It wasn't because of the formula, but because of this little baby's mukbang. It was amazing that 2 10-minute videos had an effect. What about our inventory? It was weekend, but the factory must be working hard right now. She felt dizzy at the thought of the mountain-like formula inventory. The company she worked for, Elephant, was a small but good company that was founded with the intention of making healthy and good formula for babies. She couldn't let the company falter like this. These days, YouTube stars who matched the target group of products were hired for CFs rather than famous celebrities. So Elephant also wanted to take advantage of that and offer Lala and her daughter a proposal. But there was someone more amazing than them here. Choi Hyun-jae made a decision. Let's do it. Do what? Seo-jun, help your aunties. Choi Hyun-jae clasped her hands and prayed. The fate of the company depended on this little baby. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. It finally came. Mina's mom said excitedly. Seo-jun wondered what was going on. No way. It's only been 3 days since Seo-jun uploaded his video. You have to ride on it when it's trendy. Proposals poured into YouTube channel. The most common ones were promotional models and CF models for formula companies. And then there were baby clothing and shoe companies and baby-related product companies. She couldn't decide by herself, so Seo-jun called her moms. Meanwhile, unlike usual when he played with his dolls separately, Seo-jun played with his dolls with the babies. There was a gray bear doll that was twice as big as Seo-jun among the babies. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Last weekend night, Kim Hee-sang, the damn friend of Seo-jun and Lee Min-jun, rushed to their newlywed house after watching Seo-jun's video and gave Seo-jun a bear doll as a gift. Wow, our mukbang star, Seo-jun. What are you doing so late? Lee Min-jun, who opened the door with a nervous face, hugged Seo-jun, who was still energetic. He slept well during his nap, so his eyes were clear. His mom, who had been tormented by messages and calls all day, fell asleep early. Abu-boo-boo. Oh, gift uncle. Don't you think Seo-jun recognizes me now? Pad pad pad. Kim Hee-sang smiled brightly as he saw Seo-jun waving his arms at him. Lee Min-jun hit Kim Hee-sang's back. What's going on? Ah, this. Kim Hee-sang brought a box that was about twice the size of Seo-jun from behind the door. Do you? Oh, is it a werewolf in human form? You bastard again. Lee Min-jun was about to say something, but Kim Hee-sang shook his head vigorously. No, this one is not, absolutely not. Kim Hee-sang opened the box. Gray fur appeared. It was one doll, but it was a bear. Seo-jun was disappointed. It was an ordinary teddy bear that looked soft and cute, like the ones that came out on TV with babies. It didn't have sharp teeth or fierce eyes. It didn't have sharp claws on its fingertips. It was really a bear doll. Ah, uncle is disappointing. Boo. The bear doll. With a disappointed face, Seo-jun slumped in his dad's arms, but Lee Min-jun turned pale as he asked, Really? Is it just a normal teddy bear? Yeah, a normal teddy bear. Kim Hee-sang said proudly. No, I was watching Seo-jun's video and I saw a twin head troll behind the chair. Lee Min-jun's face turned white. Seo-jun thought that he had played with it and left it there like an ordinary baby in his rebellious phase. No, really, was that there? He threw the bear doll he was holding in his hand and took out his phone. He looked at the video of Seo-jun stored in the gallery. It was in the baby food version. Baby food, baby food. Kim Hee-sang took Seo-jun from Lee Min-jun, who was looking at his phone in a hurry. Seo-jun's lips were pouting. Kim Hee-sang noticed that. Did you get disappointed because uncle brought a normal doll? Abu-boo-boo. Seo-jun slapped Kim Hee-sang's arm with his hand. Kim Hee-sang understood what he meant. His friend's son seemed to have a strong preference already. Oh no, Seo-jun is disappointed. I think I haven't seen you often enough, right? Distant enough. He might not understand everything, but he understood the word disappointed. That was how Seo-jun felt. While Lee Min-jun was looking for the green doll in the video, Kim Hee-sang quietly took the bear doll that was lying on the floor and said to Seo-jun, This is, if you open the zipper like this. Kim Hee-sang opened the zipper on the bear doll's belly that was hidden by the fur. There was a small black doll inside. It looked like a shadow. Seo-jun's eyes widened. No, that is. Abu-boo-boo. Yeah, this is the doppelganger. It was a doppelganger. The nice bear doll was controlled by the evil doppelganger. Seo-jun was surprised by the twist and shouted abu-boo-boo while waving his arms. Kim Hee-sang got hit by Seo-jun's arm on his cheek, but he smiled and put the black doll back into the bear doll's stomach. This is a secret between Seo-jun and Uncle, promise. Abu. Seo-jun came down to the floor and hugged the bear doll. No, this twist bear, Uncle is amazing. Unlike his son who was happy to receive a doll with a twist, Lee Seo-jun was serious. He might be known to the whole world as having a strange taste in dolls, whether it was his parents' taste or his baby's taste. No, where is it? But he couldn't find it. He watched the video several times at double speed, but he couldn't see the twin head troll. It's right here, green. This. He looked at where Kim Hee-sang pointed. On one leg of the baby chair where Seo-jun was sitting, there was a really small pixel, green, something like a piece of paprika. Just square green. Lee Seo-jun muttered faintly. What is this? It's the foot of the twin head troll. You should have seen how surprised I was. Lee Seo-jun decided. You're going to die today. No, I told you. You don't like these dolls, so I came right away to tell you when I saw it on Seo-jun's video. Be quiet. It's night, so be quiet, and if you don't give him these dolls, it won't happen. Seo-jun loves them so much. While Dad and Uncle were quietly fighting, Seo-jun fell asleep buried in the fluffy bear doll. Asterisk. That's how the first normal-looking bear doll appeared in Seo-jun's living room. The bear doll controlled by the doppelganger was popular among the babies, as if it passed their aesthetic sense. Seo-jun and the babies played with their dolls together for almost the first time. They all grabbed the big bear doll's limbs and moved them around. First of all, my Mina likes elephant formula best. They use organic and healthy ingredients. My Jae-yoon likes iMama formula. She didn't like other formulas. The twins also like elephant. I tried feeding them because they eat a lot, but they poop well and it's good. The moms looked at the proposals that came in and gave their opinions. Seo-jun shook her head. No way. We're not saying we're going to do an ad. This is also a trend. Make a lot of money and give it to Seo-jun. Mina's mom, who had been hired for internet ads several times, scanned through the proposals with fire in her eyes. First of all, let's exclude the formulas that have bad reviews among moms. Yeah, Seo-jun has an image too. The twin mom chimed in. Also filter out companies with bad images. Then let's exclude this one and this one. We have to choose a formula that Seo-jun can eat well. If his face gets distorted because of the formula, how many times do you have to feed him? You have to eat it deliciously and take a good shot at once, so Seo-jun doesn't suffer. Mina's mom nodded her head. She remembered the scene where her 5-year-old daughter had to drink milk several times for a CF. Really? Jae-yoon's mom was surprised. No way elephant is that good. She was the only one who fed her baby a different brand of formula. Since her close friends were all feeding elephant formula, she wondered if she should change it too. Now that she thought about it, Elephant Formula was a smaller company than others, so she didn't trust it and never tried it on Jae-yoon. Mina's mom nodded her head. It's good. The president of the company was a mom who had a hard time finding a formula that suited her baby. She said she started to try to make healthy and good formula since then. I don't know much about the company, but the ingredients seem similar to other formulas, but the amount is more compared to the price, considering how much the twins eat. The twin mom tapped her forehead. Seo-jun also joined in. I bought the formulas that were recommended on the Mom Cafe and fed them to Seo-jun. The one he liked best was elephant formula. Is that so? Should I try it too? The word-of-mouth effect was already showing. Mina's mom smiled at that. No way, this is the advertising effect. Right, is Seo-jun going to sell out? Then shall we go with elephant? Seo-jun said. The decision was quick, unlike the worry. As Mina's mom said, this trend was also temporary. Even if he appeared in an ad, the model would be forgotten soon, unlike the product. Besides, if it was elephant, it was a formula that Seo-jun liked too. She thought this would be a good memory too. It would be better if I could make money and help Seo-jun. What about Seo-jun's dad? What did he say? He knows about the ad offer, but he's still undecided. Then ask him later. This is something that couples have to do together. It's about the baby, but if only one parent decides, it will be a mess later. Mina's mom, who had been actively agreeing to YouTube because of Mina's dad, said, "Okay." Seo-jun agreed with her. And that night, with Dad's approval, the future superstar Seo-jun's first CF shooting was decided. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. Seo-jun and his mom were looking at the laptop. The screen was still flickering with images that Seo-jun could not understand, but fortunately, Seo-jun explained everything to him. Seo-jun did not think that Seo-jun would comprehend her words, but he made appropriate sounds that encouraged her to talk more. Wow, it doesn't work after 20 months. She was the one who filmed the video, but there were many things she did not know about it on the internet. She was especially surprised by the posts that said the effect was dependent on the age of the baby. Daddy. Maybe it's because is a low-level ability. There were quite a few abilities that made people imitate others, but they required a lot of mana. It was too much for Seo-jun, who was only 8 months old. There are a lot of videos of other babies eating too. That's how trends worked. When someone started something, everyone else followed. But unlike Seo-jun's video, the other babies' videos had no effect. They ate once or twice by chance, but it became clear after 2 days. Everyone says they only watch Seo-jun's video. Our Seo-jun is amazing. Seo-jun's shoulders rose at his mom's praise. Seo-jun browsed the internet for a while, and then looked up. The clock had already passed 10 o'clock. Lee Seo-jun, who usually came back at 7 o'clock, was late. Daddy is late. Dada. Today, Lee Seo-jun took a half-day off from work and went to talk to Elephant about the CF contract. He also planned to meet his friend who was a lawyer and check the contract. Maybe he's drinking with his friend. You boo-boo. Seo-jun laid down on the bear doll next to him. It was already 10 o'clock. He was sleepy. Seo-jun hugged Seo-jun. She patted his back and he soon felt drowsy. Seo-jun's eyelids slowly closed. Ding-dong, ding-dong. The timing was bad. Clank. The door opened. The sound woke Seo-jun up. Seo-jun sighed. Daddy is here, his dad said with a red face. Seo-jun saw Lee Seo-jun trying to hug Seo-jun and waved her hand. Wash up first. Okay. Lee Min-jun quickly washed up and sat down with Seo-jun. He didn't seem to drink too much, as his eyes were clear. Seo-jun, who woke up from his sleep, played with the bear doll next to his parents. Lee Min-jun took out the contract. It was not the original but a copy. There were difficult words or phrases marked with a pen and notes below them. Lee Min-jun explained the contract, as he had heard from the elephant team leader and his lawyer friend. So, the filming time is when Seo-jun eats, about 30 minutes, and if they need more, they will do additional filming on the same day. Of course, after Seo-jun digests everything. Looking at Seo-jun's eating time, they would have to wait at least 2 or 3 hours after one filming session before doing another one. Seo-jun will be comfortable, but other people have to wait that long. Then they have to finish it in one go. Can they film in 30 minutes? They said they just need it to look like the YouTube video. They can edit it with effects or subtitles or narration. Seo-jun nodded in relief at Lee Min-jun's words. The YouTube video was just filmed and uploaded without any retakes. Lee Min-jun continued. They said they would try to make the background as similar as possible if we send them a picture of where Seo-jun eats comfortably. Wow, they care that much, that's nice. It will be uploaded on YouTube ads or something first and then later on TV ads. The period is about 3 months. It was much better than she expected. She was worried that Seo-jun might have a hard time, but it seemed okay if they cared that much. That sounds great, doesn't it? How about your friend? He said there's no poison clause or anything like that. Then shall we do the ad? Seo-jun asked, and Lee Min-jun nodded. Seo-jun also nodded. His mom and dad laughed at his gesture. Seo-jun likes it too. Then it's decided. Lee Min-jun looked for a black pen. He then took out the original contract. We just need to sign here. Okay. Seo-jun wrote her name, and Lee Min-jun also wrote his name. Seo-jun thought for a moment and went to the toy storage room that also served as the couple's dressing room. She brought back a red paint. What's that for? Seo-jun is doing the CF, so he needs a signature too. This is a paint made from natural ingredients. I bought it in advance when it was on sale, thinking that we could use it for sensory play when he gets older. Seo-jun can't sign, so he has to stamp his thumb. Seo-jun brought a small bowl from the kitchen and poured some red paint into it. She then sat Seo-jun on her lap. Seo-jun dipped Seo-jun's right thumb into the paint. Wait, let's take a picture to commemorate the first contract. Lee Min-jun quickly brought the camera and took some snaps. He was not satisfied with that, so he filmed a video. Seo-jun stamped Seo-jun's thumb under the parents' signatures. On the CF contract, there were the signatures of the dad and mom and the thumbprint of the baby in red. Asterisk. Seo-jun opened his eyes. He seemed to have fallen asleep. He stretched out his hands and looked at his palms. There was still a red mark on his thumb. He remembered his mom's words that it would be gone by tomorrow and clenched and unclenched his jam fist. He stopped looking at his hand and lifted his head. There was a blue door in front of him. It was the same door that he had opened. Is this still the only one? Seo-jun swung his hand to the right. A door bigger than the blue one appeared. He pressed the door with his palm, but it did not open. He swung his hand again and opened the blue door. Seo-jun crawled slowly and looked at the books. Did I read up to here? The books that were not organized and could not fit in the bookshelf were scattered on the floor. Should I make an automatic cleaning magic or something? He tilted his head, but soon thought that it was not a bad idea to mark how far he had read like this. Besides, it was hard to do anything with this baby body in reality. Seo-jun started reading from where he had left off. Well, is there anything good? What would he need for the ad filming? Had a good effect, but it only worked for babies up to 20 months old. Unlike the mukbang, which only needed to affect babies, the elephant formula ad had to appeal to parents who had purchasing power. For adults, what is there? Seo-jun read the books diligently. The books that contained many lives were read in an instant. There was definitely a difference between his body in reality and his body in the library. Unlike his baby body in reality, he could read faster in the library, and his hands and body movements were more comfortable. But reading too much made his eyes hurt just as much. Ah, my eyes. His eyes hurt from reading too much, so Seo-jun rubbed them with his small palms and took a break. He thought of the doll of the Lick King that Uncle Hee-sang had given him. If only I had the Lick's hypnosis magic. He knew that it had an effect even through the video, so it would be a dream come true to sell out with one hypnosis spell. But unfortunately, he had to pass through a very big door to access the memories of a life like the Lick. It was a place that Seo-jun could not open in his current state. Besides, the Lick's magic is only evil dark, maybe. He gave up on early on and was learning it. He read the books again. I think I have to read all night, sigh. He couldn't find a suitable ability. It seemed like a lot of time had passed. Seo-jun wondered. Should he just give up and rest, or should he look a little more? Then a book caught his eye. He read the title as it passed by, and faint memories seeped into his mind. This was here. Seo-jun's eyes widened. He quickly opened the book and read it. Reading the book made him feel closer to that life. This is it. He found an ability that he liked and smiled brightly. Asterisk. Hello. Team leader Choi Hyun-jae ran over and greeted them. Seo-yun-hai, who was taking Seo-jun out of the car seat, also greeted her warmly. Lee Min-jun also got out of the passenger seat with Seo-jun's bag. I'm Choi Hyun-jae, the planning team leader of Elephant. Hello, I'm Seo-yun-hai, Seo-jun's mom. Team leader Choi Hyun-jae led the family to the filming set. You came early. There's still some time left for filming. I thought Seo-jun would have to get used to the unfamiliar set if he wanted to film well. Then we're grateful. The filming set was spacious and open, with one side decorated like a living room of a house and the other side equipped with cameras and lights. People who looked like staff were moving furniture and adjusting lights in the living room. Seo-yun-hai, who was watching the scene, noticed the living room set that looked like a house. She exclaimed, "It looks exactly the same." Yes, we tried to make it as similar as possible. Seo-jun also made a sound of surprise when he saw the living room that was almost identical to his home. This is the waiting room. If Seo-jun is uncomfortable, you can come in any time and rest comfortably. She opened the door, and there was a room decorated with a warm feeling. There were dolls that babies would like, a small baby bed, a mobile hanging above it. On one side, there was a coffee pot and elephant formula with a yellow elephant on it, and a bottle sterilizer. There were even diapers from various brands. There were also sandwiches, coffee sticks, snacks, etc. prepared for the couple to eat. It was so well prepared that Seo-jun and Lee Min-jun gasped in admiration. It's really nice. Yes, you can look around the set anytime you want, or you can rest here until filming time. The director hasn't arrived yet. Oh, be careful when you look around the set. There are many wires on the floor, and don't touch anything dangerous. And please hold Seo-jun all the time. Seo-jun and Lee Min-jun nodded at team leader Choi Hyun-jae's words. Team leader Choi Hyun-jae left the waiting room to prepare for filming. Lee Min-jun unpacked Seo-jun's bag and said, "I didn't expect them to prepare this much." "Right, but these dolls are really cute." Seo-jun, who was holding Seo-jun, looked at the dolls gathered on one side and admired them. A fluffy yellow chick doll, a panda doll with big eyes, a sparrow doll huddled together, etc. They were very different from the dolls at home. Lee Min-jun smiled half-resignedly. He had in his hand a bear doll that he had taken out of his bag, which was the only normal doll in his house. Seo-jun won't like it. At his dad's words, Mom looked at her son. Seo-jun had no interest in the dolls in front of him. He stretched out his arms at the bear doll that his dad had taken out. Lee Min-jun gave him the bear doll. It was too hard to hold him all the time, so Seo-jun was put in the prepared baby bed with the bear doll. Dad-a-dad-up. Of course, Uncle's doll is the best. He touched the belly of the bear doll that had a doppelganger doll inside and looked down at his own belly with a meaningful look. It contained the killer move for the ad that he had found in the Library of Life. Why is my head going down? Seo-jun couldn't bear the weight of his head and hit his forehead on the bear doll's belly. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Grandpa, tell us the story of the hero. The children swarmed around him. The old man, who was sitting in front of the fountain in the village square, chuckled. He was the grandfather of the village chief and the oldest person in the village. What story? The old man put his hand to his ear and asked. He was very wise, kind, friendly, and smart, but he had a problem with his hearing. The leader of the children shouted again. The hero, the story, please tell us. Oh, the story of the hero. Yes. The children gathered around the old man and sat down. The old man was not only smart, but he also had a knack for telling stories in a very interesting way. That's not a very old story, you know. But you've lived for so long, Grandpa. Mom said you're a wizard. The old man had experienced those things just the other day, but the children knew how old the story was. The old man pretended not to hear, or maybe he really didn't, and continued the story. When I was a little younger than you, the village was very peaceful. There were no monsters for years. It was a very peaceful village. The old man was lost in his old memories. When I went to play in the nearby forest, I found a small wooden box under a tree. I thought it was very pretty, so I quickly picked it up and brought it to the village. The villagers also admired the pretty and curious box, but then the box suddenly opened with a bang. What was that? It was a monster, a mimic. But the villagers didn't know what it was. Inside the opened box, there was a tiny tooth and a tongue the size of a hand. On the lid, there were 2 round eyes. The people wondered what it was. Then they heard a rumbling sound from the wooden box. I quickly went and brought my snack and gave it to the box. After that, the wooden box lived in the village with the name Mimi. At first, the people gave it the food they ate, but soon they started to give it the food they couldn't eat and threw away instead of burying it in the ground. Mimi ate it very deliciously. Sometimes Mimi pretended to be a box, and then I really wanted to open it. I was very curious and wanted to have what was inside the box. But that was Mimi. Yes, whenever I opened the lid it was always Mimi. Sometimes I gave it as a birthday present. It was a very fun prank. The old man laughed very happily. Then he lowered his voice. And a few years later, a very scary monster appeared. The old man still couldn't say the name of the monster. He was the only person who had survived that incident and lived until now. The old man remembered it very clearly. It was a very high-ranking demon. He didn't know why such a terrifying demon appeared in this small village. He was just a village elder. The hero, who was chasing the demon that flew with a cackle, was covered in blood. Even the great hero couldn't defeat the demon. Fortunately, the day dawned and the demon hid in the darkness. The hero received treatment from the villagers. What kind of monster was it? An orc? A troll? A werewolf? Well, it was a very terrifying monster. The old man didn't reveal the identity of the monster for a long time. He was afraid of being cursed if he said it. The children were curious, but they soon gave up. The hero said, "Help me. We have to get rid of the monster right away." The hero said so, but what could these bumpkins do? The only thing the villagers could do was heal. That's when it happened. Mimic, mimic. It was a mimic miming. The startled hero shouted. Mimic, why is there a mimic here? The villagers tilted their heads. To them, miming was just a wooden box for disposing of food waste. The hero, who had drawn his holy sword, explained. That's a monster. It lives only in the dungeons of the demon race in the very depths. How did it get here? No, miming is very nice. The old man, who was still young, cried out. He quickly hugged miming with both arms. The hero yelled. Put it down right now. That's a very dangerous monster. No, miming is. The villagers blocked the child's front as they watched the quarrel between the hero and the child. The village chief at that time, the old man's grandfather, said, Hero, the important thing right now is not this child. The hero, who had frowned at the chief's words, sighed. I see, I understand. The hero put away his holy sword and nodded. He could deal with the mimic anytime. The problem was the marquee-level demon. Then, the mimic jumped out of the child's arms and bounced to the front of the hero. Mimic. What? Miming closed the lid and turned into a wooden box. The hero, who had the purpose of defeating the Demon King, felt it. Why is it so pretty? The small box was very shiny and glossy. What was inside? What did they put in such a beautiful box? He was curious. He wanted to open it. The hero, who was lost in the box, reached out his hand. Hero. The hero came to his senses at the chief's call. The hero was at his wit's end. He shook his fingers and pointed at the mimic. What the hell is that? He had destroyed many dungeons and eliminated all kinds of mimics, but there was no mimic that had tempted him to this extent. As if it knew the hero's mind, miming opened and closed the lid, shaking with excitement. Mimic. But why has miming been acting like that since earlier? That's right, it's usually quiet. Miming jumped up and turned into a box again in front of the hero. The hero, who knew the temptation of the mimic well, had no choice but to succumb. The hero realized it after being tempted 3 times. I see, this mimic is. The hero suggested to the villagers, let's lure the monsters with miming, and he would get rid of them while the monsters were distracted. Miming is in danger. Monsters are scary. The children screamed even though they knew the story. The people passing by smiled and looked at the children. They had been like that too. The villagers loved Mimic very much and hated the plan. but brave Mimic decided to side with the hero. In the end, the villagers entrusted Mimic to the hero. The hero placed a small box on the table and said, "I don't know if you can understand me, but I think this is why you came to me. I will bring the Duke here. When he comes, I want you to use a skill that will tempt him. I will get rid of him while he is distracted." The hero hesitated a bit and continued, "Make it quick and stay safe. Be careful." Mimic. As the sun set, the hero lured the monster that was hiding. Mimic was on the table in the center of the village. The monster that was chasing the hero saw Mimic. "Mimic, hang in there." The hero and Mimic's plan was flawless. "Oh, what is this?" The Duke-level demon was mesmerized by Mimic. He had never seen such a box in his hundreds of years of life. He wanted to open it and see what was inside. He wanted to have the thing in the box. "Ha ha ha! These worms have offered me such a treasure. Good, I will kill you all very comfortably." The demon shouted. The people trembled in their houses. The demon was more terrifying than they had imagined. The demon lifted the box with both hands. He carefully opened the box with his large and sharp hands. Then, something sprang out of the demon's chest. It was a white holy sword. It pierced the core of the demon that was shining in the center of his chest. "Die, Duke!" The hero pushed the sword with force. Snap! The crack became clearer. The demon's head turned back. The sharp eyes of the Duke and the hero met. This was a trap. As his vision blurred, the Duke straightened his head. He looked at the box in his hand. "What is this?" Even as he was dying, the Duke wanted to have what was in the box. He knew it was a trap, but he was curious. What did they put in there that made him so tempted? The Duke clenched his hand. He didn't care about the box. The contents were important. Snap! Mimic! Mimic! It was Mimic. The Duke sneered as he saw Mimic screaming in pain. Just a Mimic, a lowly monster that couldn't even become a noble, let alone a knight. He was tempted by it. The Duke felt ashamed and gave more force. "I will kill you too." The hero swung the sword up. The Duke's head was split in half. The Duke's hand lost its strength, and Mimic fell to the ground. The old man who had come out of the house ran and caught Mimic as he fell. Mimic! The villagers also came out quickly. Mimic's body was torn and tattered. It seemed like it would break if touched. Children and adults cried. The hero, who had finished off the Duke, walked slowly and knelt down in front of Mimic, who was held by the old man. The Mimic's eyes turned towards the warrior, and a soft whimper elicited a nod from him. "Mimic." "Yes, it's done. I've incinerated it completely, leaving no ash behind, not even with holy power." The Mimic's lid rattled, and the warrior and villagers thought it was Mimic smiling. The old man, who first met Mimic and brought it to the village, continued to weep. "You've done well. Thanks to you, the villagers are safe and I was able to deal with the Count. Thank you." Mimic. The warrior knew, unlike other monsters, this small one was special. In the warrior's lifetime, such a kind monster as this Mimic was the first and would be the last. The breath of the Mimic grew faint. Something rolled out from the broken body of the now-dead Mimic. Seeing it, a child burst into tears. It was a small, round stone the child had given as a gift to Mimic. And so, Mimic died at the hands of the monster. The warrior and villagers built a fountain and a statue in the place where Mimic lay as a token of gratitude. "Mimic, thank you." "Poor Mimic." The children sobbed. The old man smiled, reminiscing about a long-lost dear friend. Behind the old man, atop a beautifully spraying fountain, stood a statue. It was a statue of Mimic, with its wooden lid open and a bright smile. The once small village had grown significantly since then. The warrior had defeated the Demon King and settled in this village. He was granted a title and a large tract of land that included the village as his domain, which he governed peacefully ever after. Lady Elizabeth is here. The children sprang up and ran towards a carriage adorned with the emblem of a wooden box. They were eager to see Elizabeth, the warrior's great-granddaughter. As the carriage window opened, a young girl peeked out. The old man chuckled, reminded of the warrior's face by the girl's visage. Then someone sat down next to the old man. "It's been a while." "Indeed. You always come here, every year on this day." The middle-aged man with flecks of white in his hair smiled gently. He felt at ease whenever he visited this village, this place. "Today is the day Mimic died, isn't it?" The middle-aged man, the warrior, looked at the old man. The once small child had aged so much. The warrior, aging very slowly by the grace of the gods, kept his identity hidden and roamed around. But every year on this day he returned to this village. "Yes, it's already been that long. Time flies as you age." The old man laughed. The warrior's gaze turned to his great-granddaughter's carriage. Seeing the emblem of the wooden box, he felt a sense of pride. The king had asked, "What would you like for your emblem?" The warrior had replied, "A wooden box." Unable to say Mimic, the wooden box wrapped in laurel became the warrior's emblem. That little one was truly special. Yes, a very kind and good friend. The warrior looked up at the clear blue sky, feeling uplifted. "I wonder what the gods have in store for it in its next life." "Another life, huh?" the old man chuckled. "Perhaps it's charming others just as it did us." "Yes, that sounds about right." The warrior smiled, remembering the precious bond with the Mimic, however brief it had been. The Mimic, having charmed both the warrior and the high-ranking demon, is now preparing for its next enchantment. "Seo-jun, let's get ready for the shoot." Seo-jun clenched his tiny hands, determined to sell out completely. "So, the next life." The old man chuckled. "Are you still tempting other people?" "Yeah, I guess so." The hero smiled as he remembered Mimic, a precious bond he had formed in a brief encounter. Mimic, who had seduced both the hero and the marquis-level demon, was now preparing for another temptation. "Seo-jun, I'll get ready for the shoot." Seo-jun clenched his tiny hands and vowed to sell out his book. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. The director is here. Can Seo-jun eat now? Kang Sora, who introduced herself as the marketing team leader, asked. Seo-yun-hai looked at the clock while holding Seo-jun, who was lying on the baby bed. "Oh, Seo-jun." "Yes, he can eat in about 10 minutes. "That's good. Then shall we wait at the set?" Seo-yun-hai carried Seo-jun and Lee Min-jun held a teddy bear. They followed Kang Sora out of the waiting room and saw the living room that was being set up. It was similar to their home living room, but it had a warmer and cozier atmosphere. "It's pretty." "Thank you." A man walked over from afar. He kept touching his clean-shaven chin with his hand as if he was not used to it. Kang Sora introduced the man. "This is Choi D-man, the director who will be in charge of the CF shooting today." "Nice to meet you." "Hello." Choi D-man, who had a deep voice, nodded and met Seo-jun's eyes. He was the one who made him shave his beard, which he always kept scruffy because of his short film shooting. Seo-jun also looked at the man in front of him. He seemed like a good person, judging by his clear and bright eyes. He laughed out loud. That's nice. The baby is not shy at all. Choi D-man, who had a rather fierce-looking face, was not very popular with children. They would cry whenever he got close to them. He did not hate children, but he felt reluctant to approach them when they cried like that. Fortunately, Seo-jun did not shy away from him but smiled brightly. The shooting preparation is done. You can feed him anytime. We will use 5 cameras, 1 in front, 2 on the sides, 1 behind, and 1 above. We will try to get it done in 1 take as much as possible. Choi D-man explained the shooting content. First, we will film Seo-jun drinking formula. Then, after he finishes, we will film him hugging the elephant formula case like a doll and smiling brightly. Seo-jun thought for a moment. Drinking formula was fine, but hugging the elephant case and smiling brightly at that. Seo-jun is smart, but I don't think he can do it in 1 go. Is that okay? It's okay. Everyone came prepared. The staff members at the set sighed inwardly. That's how it was when shooting with children, especially when they were babies who could not even do what their parents told them. Choi D-man also braced himself for a long shooting time. He came here to earn money for his independent film that he was producing with his own funds. At this age, he can't hold the bottle by himself, right? No, they usually can hold it by themselves when they are 7 or 8 months old. Oh, really? Well then, I was going to use a model, but if he can hold it by himself, that would be fine too. It might be uncomfortable for him to be in a stranger's arms. Then, do you have something like a baby chair? Here it is. Kang Sora, who had run to the waiting room, came back with a soft baby sofa that was tilted at about 45 degrees. Seo-jun and Lee Min-jun smiled awkwardly at her enthusiastic attitude. You have it. Yes. Then please make some formula for Seo-jun, and team leader, please bring the chair over here. Seo-jun went into the waiting room to make some formula, following Choi D-man's words. Kang Sora and Choi D-man placed the chair in the center of the living room and turned it around. They moved it slightly depending on where it was reflected on the camera screen. As Seo-jun prepared the formula, Choi D-man led Lee Min-jun, who was holding Seo-jun, to the living room. Lee Min-jun carefully placed Seo-jun on the baby sofa. He also put down the teddy bear he was holding next to him. He arranged the teddy bear's arm so that Seo-jun could grab it. Seo-jun, let's eat. Seo-jun handed the bottle to Seo-jun. Seo-jun grabbed the bottle with his tiny hand. The warm and delicious formula. Seo-jun felt the warmth of the bottle on his palm and smiled brightly. He was just hungry. Ready, action. Director Choi D-man whispered. The set became quiet in an instant. The eyes of Director Choi D-man, team leader Kang So-ra, team leader Choi Hyun-jae, who appeared out of nowhere, and the couple were fixed on the large screen. Seo-jun, who was holding the bottle, was captured by the camera. Seo-jun bit the nipple. Slurp, slurp. The only sound in the set was Seo-jun drinking the formula. Fortunately, he didn't cry and seemed comfortable on the sofa. He ate very well. Is that the mukbang? One of the staff members who hadn't seen Seo-jun's YouTube video asked his senior. The senior nodded. Yes. The baby is very cute and eats well, but it's ordinary, isn't it, the way he eats? Kids his age can't take their eyes off him. Like the music video review video, the review videos of the babies who watched Seo-jun's mukbang started to appear. They all looked mesmerized as they ate. But the baby is really cute. He doesn't seem to be aware of the camera. Do you think he knows what a camera is at that age? But isn't the set a scary atmosphere? The lights are bright, there's no one around, and it's quiet. There are a lot of strange things. The staff member was right. Any other baby would have burst into tears. I'm eating right now. That's true. The next scene is more important than this one. Please pass it in one go. The staff nodded at the senior's words. Burp. Seo-jun finished his formula. He burped in Seo-yun-hai's arms. Lee Min-jun, who was shaking Seo-jun's hand next to him, chuckled. Huh? What's wrong? Seo-jun didn't shake his arm. Now that you mention it. Seo-yun-hai racked her brain. She realized that Seo-jun didn't shake his arm even though there was a camera. He just drank his formula quietly. Maybe it's because he was holding the bottle. Maybe. Well, as long as it was filmed well. Seo-jun smiled smugly in his mother's arms. Seo-jun, who still had a baby's body, had limited skills. He had returned that made Seo-jun shake his arm to the library because of a new secret weapon. It was probably back in the book by now. Seo-jun thought of the skill I had found. It makes any being covet a wrapped item. You can specify a target. Limitations. The user must be of a certain size or smaller. The user must be held in someone's arms. There were many limitations, but thanks to them, even a baby with a lack of mana could use a top-notch skill. This skill was something that could not be used as an adult. First of all, it could be seen from the name Little Mimic. Only small things could use this skill. Then, let's shoot the next scene. At the director Choi D-man's words, Lee Min-jun and Seo-yun-hai put Seo-jun down in the living room again. The baby sofa had disappeared, and elephant milk bottles were stacked up to the third floor. In front of them, Seo-jun was holding an elephant milk bottle. Seo-jun, how about this? There, what a pretty elephant. The couple shook the milk bottle. Snuggled in his mother's arms, Seo-jun had heard the director's words and already knew that he had to hold the milk bottle and smile brightly. I'm glad. If there was no content about me holding the milk bottle, I would have had to cry until they hugged me. Only had an effect when the user was holding something. Seo-jun had to hug the milk bottle tightly to make people want to buy the milk. Kayak. Seo-jun smiled widely and hugged the milk bottle. The couple quickly moved out of the camera screen as the director said. Seo-jun hugged his belly, which had a small wooden box pattern, and the milk bottle as close as possible. It was not visible to the people's eyes, but Seo-jun could see it. The elephant milk bottle he was holding shone in a very beautiful color. Was well activated. Target, parents with babies of my age. If he did not set a target, the whole world would go crazy to buy the milk after seeing the CF. Well, there are not many parents with babies, but it would not make sense if this CF with me did not sell out. Seo-jun laughed gleefully, dreaming of a sellout. Director Choi D-man zoomed in on the camera screen. The baby was cute and handsome, but he also looked great on the camera screen. There were people who looked good in real life but not on the screen, but the baby looked satisfying in both ways. And he doesn't even care about the camera. He would be a great actor when he grows up. Seo-jun's chubby cheek pressed the lid of the milk bottle. Kang So-ra, the team leader, clenched her heart at the slightly protruding cheek fat. Ugh! What's wrong? He's too cute. Team leader Choi Hyun-jae sighed. She did not express it, but she also wanted to smash 2 or 3 apartments. Really, I think this is the first time I've seen such a cute baby. I know. If he grows up like this, he'll be a huge star, won't he? If he was my son, I would really push him to be a celebrity. Not only the team leaders, but also the other staff whispered. Seo-jun did not stay still for a moment. He changed his posture constantly, as if he was thinking of how to look cuter. He never forgot to smile and hug the milk bottle. Seo-jun and Lee Min-jun, who alternately looked at Seo-jun and the people in the shooting set, were lost in thought. Should they really make him a celebrity? Seo-jun, can you look this way? Director Choi D-man said. The 8-month-old baby did so well. The director, who was immersed in the shooting, unknowingly gave instructions. Whether it was by chance or fate, Seo-jun turned his head and saw the camera that director Choi D-man was holding. Smile wide. Kayak. The shooting ended with Seo-jun's laughter. Asterisk. Great job. Director Choi D-man said with a serious face. Seo-jun and Lee Min-jun nodded as if they expected it. Seo-jun was lying on a baby bed with a teddy bear and taking a nap. Only 20 minutes, the CF shooting was over. This child must become an actor. He knows what he has to do instinctively, even though he can't understand anything. Director Choi D-man didn't think Seo-jun understood his words. Destiny, constitution, instinct. He thought Seo-jun had the qualities to be an actor. I'm not saying you have to appear on TV or movies right now. There are no directors who would send out such a young baby unless it's a very minor role. I just thought it would be very good if you think about it from now on and send him to an academy when he can talk or understand. Yes, I'm still a newbie in this world, but please contact me anytime if you need my help. Director Choi D-man wrote his contact information and name on a note and handed it to Lee Min-jun. Director Choi D-man left his seat, and team leader Choi Hyun-jae and team leader Kang So-ra came in. Team leader Kang So-ra dragged a big box on a cart. Thank you for your hard work. You did really well, Seo-jun. Thank you. You worked hard too, both of you. Ha ha ha. Seo-jun worked hard. Oh, this is elephant milk and the baby sofa he sat on earlier. It's a gift for Seo-jun. Thank you. The schedule ended in a friendly atmosphere. The staff who had prepared for the milk commercial shooting and expected to be tormented by the baby all day long were also impressed by the shooting that ended in less than an hour. Seo-jun, bye. I'll buy milk for my nephew. Elephant sold out fighting. The family returned home with the cheers of the staff. Asterisk. Son's meal time. Eric turned on the YouTube video. It was S video that he seemed to watch 5 times a day. He watched it so much that he now knew when Seo-jun would laugh, what angle he would wave his arm, and how much he would chew his baby food. Here, Jack, it's Jun, your favorite. Like. Maria, who had returned from a business trip to Paris, also sat at the table to feed Jack. She also soon praised Jun's video. Maria pressed the video hard. A calm music flowed. It was the timing when Jun's dad's voice would usually be heard. Oh, there's an ad. Well, how many views are there? Eric and Maria were also subscribers who contributed to the views, but they were sick of seeing the views and subscribers that were still going up. What's that ad? Oh, isn't that elephant milk formula? A yellow elephant appeared on the screen. The image of the yellow elephant lifting its trunk turned into a picture and was attached to the milk bottle. And then, oh, is that Jun? Right, he must have filmed an ad, he's so cute. Seo-jun smiled brightly and sipped the milk. And then Seo-jun hugged the elephant milk bottle and laughed heartily. That was the end of the ad. It was silent. Eric and Maria didn't say a word and picked up their phones. They went to an overseas delivery site and searched for elephant. Damn, it's sold out. No way, I really want to buy this right now. The effect of was amazing. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. Seo-jun lay on the baby sofa that team leader Kang So-ra had given him as a gift and sucked on the bottle of elephant milk formula. Normally, his mom would have held him, but right now she was busy. Our Seo-jun is so good on camera. The other staff members praised him so much. And our son is so well-behaved, he never cried and finished the shooting in one go. She was telling her mother-in-law about the shooting. She looked very happy as she bragged about her son. Her mother-in-law's face appeared on the video call screen. Seo-jun waved his hand at his grandmother from time to time as he drank his formula. His grandmother also smiled brightly and waved her hand, saying, "Oh, my puppy." But when will our grandson's ad be on TV? I've been watching it all the time, but I can't see it. At her mother-in-law's words, Seo-jun laughed awkwardly. Well, there's this thing called YouTube, where they send out ads on the internet. The ad did so well there that the company said they ran out of milk formula. They said the TV ad would be delayed a bit until they make more formula. Team leader Kang So-ra, who had come to their house personally, told them about the sold-out situation and said that they would pay the ad model fee as originally contracted for both internet and TV ads. She said that if the TV ad was delayed beyond the deadline, they would renew the contract. She bowed her head and apologized for the delay, but she couldn't hide her smile as she was achieving record sales. Seo-jun and Lee Min-jun were also happy that the ad contract was extended. It was a harmonious apology scene. So I can't see it on TV. YouTube, how do you do that? Asked Chan. He didn't even show his aunt that he was in an ad. What is he doing these days? Her mother-in-law sighed. He's busy. Why? He hasn't even gotten a job yet, has he? He did. He got a job. He did. Why didn't you tell me? Seo-jun thought of his Uncle Chan at his mom's words. Seo-jun Chan. He was a very scary-looking uncle who looked like a beauty, and the beast with his mom because he was big and burly. His mom used to complain that he couldn't get a job because of his face, and that he looked like a sportsman but was a klutz. She would slap his back and lament. That's great, he got a job. What kind of job is it? Well, entertainment planning company agency. Her mother-in-law rummaged through somewhere and soon took out a white paper and read it. Coco Entertainment Manager. Coco Entertainment, I've never heard of it. Well, you see, they're making a new idol group and he's so busy that he doesn't even come home. I don't even know how many days it's been, hiya. Seo-jun's face darkened at her mother-in-law's worried sigh. Seo-jun quickly changed the topic. Look at our cute Seo-jun. His smiling face filled the video call screen. His grandmother smiled again. This kid, his mom is so worried about him. Seo-jun hung up the phone and was about to yell, but she saw Seo-jun and lowered her voice. Then she quickly made another call. Her target was Seo-jun, that bastard. Pick up. She clenched her teeth and called her brother. She was really his sister. She looked like a real sibling. Seo-jun remembered the real siblings he had seen on TV. That was that. Possible continuation of the response. Daddy. Oh, did our Seo-jun finish eating? I ate all my rice. Seo-jun quickly picked up Seo-jun and tickled him, then put him back on the sofa. She grabbed a random doll from the pile of dolls that Uncle Hee-sang had given him and hugged him with it. Mommy is a bit busy right now. Here, this is Seo-jun's favorite doll. She must have been really busy, because the doll she hugged him with was the Lick King doll that she hated the most. Daddy. I like it though. Seo-jun's upper gums were itchy, probably because his upper teeth were coming out. He bit the hand of the Lick King doll that his mom had washed clean and chewed on it. Click. Yes, this is Seo-jun, the manager of Coco. Enter. Uncle Chan's loud voice was heard. Seo-jun, who was playing with the skull doll, turned his head. Seo-jun also turned her head. Seo-jun, manager. Yes, I'm Seo-jun, the manager. Excuse me, but who are you? Seo-jun was puzzled by Seo-jun's lively voice. Huh, isn't that Uncle Chan? Unlike Seo-jun, who was confused, Seo-jun realized the reason right away. Dad. This kid. Hello. Seo-jun, who was holding back her temper in front of her son, couldn't stand it anymore and yelled. Don't you have my number saved? Eek sis, why are you? Wait, did you change your phone number? It's been 3 years. Atahasa, how come I didn't know? Seo-jun tapped her forehead. Well, whatever. The phone number isn't important. I've been doing fine without knowing your phone number. Yeah, you said you haven't been home lately. Yeah, well, I got a job, but I'm a bit busy. Mom is worried. Make some time and go home. Seo-jun's voice was as calm as Seo-jun's voice was low. Seo-jun sighed softly over the phone and answered. I got it. Okay, come by our house when you're not busy and let's call again. Save my number. Yeah, say hello to Seo-jun and brother-in-law for me. Seo-jun hung up the phone and sat down in front of Seo-jun. She took the Lick King doll's hand out of Seo-jun's mouth, who was sucking on it. Why is your uncle like that, huh? Sigh. Well, at least he got a job, that's good. Seo-jun smiled and Seo-jun smiled with her, but that smile didn't last long. No, really, this kid doesn't even recognize his own nephew. Lee Min-jun came home from work and was looking at the emails that arrived on the YouTube channel with his wife and Seo-jun. There were many advertising offers besides the elephant milk. He occasionally looked at the products that Seo-jun used well and wondered if they would be okay to go out as advertising models. This one came again today. Lee Min-jun pointed to an email. Seo-jun knew that email too. There had been a steady stream of emails sent every day since the day Seo-jun's video was uploaded on YouTube. It was some kind of internet broadcasting offer, but both Lee Min-jun and Seo-jun had glanced over it and ignored it. Seo-jun clicked on the email. I'm curious what it's about since they keep sending it. Me too. I saw they want to make a broadcast on YouTube. Like a web drama. Yeah, something like a web variety show. The screen changed. That was the beginning. Seo-jun, who was sitting on his dad's lap, also read it. Coco, enter. What is that? Dada. Huh, where is this? Why? Seo-jun also read it. Lee Min-jun turned his head to look at her reaction. He turned his head back. Seo-jun also looked at his mom and quickly turned his head away. There was a terrifying Seo-jun there. Jun, who captured the hearts of babies all over the world with one mukbang. If you have a chance, please join our parenting variety show that we are planning. That wasn't much of a problem. Yeah, that was the problem. Huh, Seo-jun-chan. That's the same name as my brother-in-law. No way. This kid can't even recognize his own nephew. That's when the dad realized the situation and moved away while sitting. Seo-jun was quiet. Mom quickly took out her phone and called. Yes, this is Coco Entertainment Manager, Seo-jun-chan. Dad. Seo-jun, be quiet. If you bother Mom now, it'll be a big trouble." "No, Dad, that's not it." Lee Min-jun cautiously covered Seo-jun's mouth with his big hand. He shook his arms up and down as much as he could. Seo-yun-chan, who was far away, wouldn't see it, but it was all Seo-jun could do. Uncle Chan is in big trouble." Seo-yun-hai smiled brightly and said in a sweet voice, "Oh, I called you after seeing your YouTube email." "Ah, are you Jun's mother? Nice to meet you. I'm Coco Entertainment Manager, Seo-yun-chan." "Dada. SHH." The two men held their breath and looked at the mom, who was smiling scarily. Seo-jun sighed inwardly. Uncle Chan didn't save it again. "But I'd like to meet you in person if that's okay." "Yes, any time is possible." "Okay, then please come to my sister's house." Yes, your sister's house." Seo-yun-chan, who was on the phone, tilted his head. He wondered if such an apartment existed. The men who had been watching him also turned their heads when Seo-yun-chan jumped up as he answered the phone. They were a 4-member boy group that Coco Entertainment, where Seo-yun-chan worked, was going to debut. They hadn't decided on a group name yet, but they were talking about their future schedule with Seo-yun-chan at their dorm. Nuna's house. Is there such an apartment in Korea?" Kevin Kim, the rapper and Korean-American, tilted his head. "No, I've never heard of it either." Park Seo-jin, the lead vocalist who had to search everything he didn't know, picked up his phone. "But Jun, that's awesome." "Yeah, I didn't think it would happen." Choi Si-yoon, the dancer who first suggested the YouTube variety show, and Hwang Yi-jun, the sub-vocalist who suggested the parenting show, high-fived each other. The 4 men whispered to each other. "That's when it happened." "Come to my house right now. You stupid idiot who can't even recognize your nephew." A loud voice roared through the phone. The 4 men who were talking quietly, and Seo-yun-chan, who had the phone to his ear, were startled. "No, this isn't." Seo-yun-chan quickly looked at his phone. "Huh? Why is Jun's mother on the previous call list?" He remembered what happened a few hours ago in his head. Nuna. Yikes. I told you to save my number, right? No, Nuna, wait, are you really Nuna? Who else would be your Nuna? No, then on Channel Jun. Your nephew, Seo-jun. How can you not recognize your nephew you saw a month ago? Seo-yun-chan stuttered as he continued the conversation. No, what is this? What's going on? Nephew, what's a nephew? Nephew, the son of the manager's sister. Oh, nephew. Kevin, who was not good at Korean, asked, and leader Park Seo-jin answered. Hwang Yi-jun kept exclaiming. Wow, the star baby with 200,000 subscribers, he's the manager's nephew. Excuse me, he doesn't look like the manager, does he? Choi Si-yoon quickly turned on YouTube and played a video from channel. The 4 men gathered around and watched the video. A baby with a cute face was eating spoonfuls of food. The 4 men's eyes went from the baby to Seo-yun-chan. He was a man who looked like he would have to kneel and apologize if he bumped into him on the street. He was glad that he had gotten used to him in the past 3 weeks, but he still had a terrifying appearance. Hwang Yi-jun whispered softly. He really doesn't look like him, does he? Meanwhile, Seo-yun-chan, who had been scolded by Seo-yun-hai, barely hung up the phone. He lost his energy and slumped down on the chair, lowering his head. The men who had been watching him also turned their heads when Seo-yun-chan jumped up as he answered the phone. They were a 4-member boy group that Coco Entertainment, where Seo-jun worked, was going to debut. They hadn't decided on a group name yet, but they were talking about their future schedule with Seo-jun at their dorm. Nuna's house. Is there such an apartment in Korea? Kevin Kim, the rapper and Korean-American, tilted his head. No, I've never heard of it either. Park Seo-jun, the lead vocalist who had to search everything he didn't know, picked up his phone. But Jun, that's awesome. Yeah, I didn't think it would happen. Choi Si-yoon, the dancer who first suggested the YouTube variety show, and Hwang Yi-jun, the sub-vocalist who suggested the parenting show, high-fived each other. The four men whispered to each other. That's when it happened. Come to my house right now, you stupid idiot who can't even recognize your nephew. A loud voice roared through the phone. The four men who were talking quietly, and Seo-jun who had the phone to his ear, were startled. No, this isn't. Seo-jun quickly looked at his phone. Huh? Why is Jun's mother on the previous call list? He remembered what happened a few hours ago in his head. Nuna. Yikes. I told you to save my number, right? No, Nuna, wait, are you really Nuna? Who else would be your Nuna? No, then on channel Jun. Your nephew, Seo-jun. How can you not recognize your nephew you saw a month ago? Seo-jun stuttered as he continued the conversation. No, what is this? What's going on? Nephew, what's a nephew? Nephew, the son of the manager's sister. Oh, nephew. Kevin, who was not good at Korean, asked, and leader Park Seo-jun answered. Hwang Yi-jun kept exclaiming. Wow, the star baby with 200,000 subscribers, he's the manager's nephew. Excuse me, he doesn't look like the manager, does he? Choi Si-yoon quickly turned on YouTube and played a video from channel. The four men gathered around and watched the video. A baby with a cute face was eating spoonfuls of food. The four men's eyes went from the baby to Seo-jun. He was a man who looked like he would have to kneel and apologize if he bumped into him on the street. He was glad that he had gotten used to him in the past 3 weeks, but he still had a terrifying appearance. Hwang Yi-jun whispered softly. He really doesn't look like him, does he? Meanwhile, Seo-jun, who had been scolded by Seo-jun, barely hung up the phone. He lost his energy and slumped down on the chair, lowering his head. His ears were ringing. He felt like he heard a screech in his head. Manager, are you okay? Seo-jun answered with a wave of his hand as Park Seo-jun spoke to him. Park Seo-jun shook his head. Manager, you don't look okay. Manager's sister seems very scary. The members nodded at Kevin's words. Seo-jun lifted his head after sitting on a chair for a while. He remembered his sister's last words while he was lost in thought. Come home right now. Seo-jun quickly got up from his seat and grabbed his wallet, phone, and coat. The four men's eyes followed him. Park Seo-jun asked. Manager, where are you going? I have to go to my sister's house. Yep, come back soon. He didn't need to beat around the bush. Seo-jun waved his hand casually at Kevin's farewell and ran out of the door. Watching the closing door, the four people silently prayed for the safe return of manager Seo-jun. Chapter 14. The door opened, and Yoon-chan's uncle came in. Yoon-hae, who had greeted her brother at the front door, glared at him fiercely. Seo-jun and Lee Min-jun held their breath and pressed themselves against the sofa. Yoon-chan had something crinkly in his hand. He was terrified of his sister, whom he hadn't seen in a month. He had stopped by a nearby mart and bought a gift for his target of persuasion. Ha ha ha, this is for Seo-jun. A bribe. Duh. Yoon-chan answered with a crestfallen face, his intention exposed. Yoon-hai sighed and stepped aside. Yoon-chan cautiously entered the living room. He saw the two people curled up on the corner of the sofa. Hello, brother-in-law. Hi, Seo-jun. Long time no see. Wow. He handed Seo-jun's gift to Min-jun and knelt down quietly in a corner of the living room. He bowed his head. I'm sorry. Give me your phone. I saved it. Yoon-hai took the phone from Yoon-chan and checked the contact list. She sighed again and sat down. This time, Yoon-hai's phone number was properly saved. How could you not recognize your own nephew? Well, babies all look alike. Besides, it's been a month since I saw him. How was I supposed to know Seo-jun became so famous? Yoon-hai rubbed her forehead at her brother's evasive answer. Yeah, he's not your son, you could miss him. Hahaza. Register your number again. Yes. Go home today. About that. Yoon-chan hesitated for a moment. Yoon-hai's eyes shot up to the sky. Seeing her face, Yoon-chan hurriedly explained. No, it's just that our company is new and I got a job there 3 weeks ago, but we're so short-staffed that I'm already a manager. So I have to debut an idol group as soon as possible. Somehow, we got to go on a music show in a month, but I'm so busy preparing for that. Busy? I don't think I can go home until the music show is over. Where are you staying? Our kids are all boys, so we're staying together at the dorm that the company provided for them. I don't know about anything else, but our company has good benefits, so the dorm is nice too. Yoon-hai ignored her brother, who seemed ready to show her the dorm at any moment, and asked, Can you go home after the music show? If we fail. Min-jun and Seo-jun shook their heads vigorously. No, they can't fail. Yoon-hai looked at Yoon-chan with a disdainful expression, as if to say, what kind of idiot is my brother? I'm sorry, I'll try not to fail. Yoon-chan apologized quietly, feeling the gaze of the three people. If it doesn't fail and actually succeeds. If it does succeed, then there will be events to attend and broadcasts to appear on. I'm only called the director in name, but I'm also acting as a manager. So you'll be even busier than now. Yeah, I suppose so. Seo-Yoon-chan's non-committal agreement led Seo-Yoon-hai to give up, as if resigned. Well, you'll be 30 next year. You'll manage on your own. At least call Mom more often. Sure, I'll call more often. Seo-Yoon-chan quickly responded, glancing around cautiously. Since you're here, have some food before you go. Have you had dinner? I have. Then have a cup of coffee before you leave. Seo-Yoon-hai stood up and headed to the kitchen. The three men quietly sighed in relief. Feeling that the commotion had ended, Lee Min-jun spoke up. But what's this about a variety show, brother-in-law? Oh, that. Seo-Yoon-chan hesitated. He had been riding on the popularity of a YouTube baby star, not realizing it was his nephew. He wondered if it was all right to discuss such an unexpected situation. So, what's the story? Seo-Yoon-hai asked, placing coffee on the table. Mom, Dad, Uncle Chan's, none for me. Seo-jun, feeling left out, was about to burst into tears when something caught his attention. Here, the baby snack your uncle brought. It was his father, grateful. Yum yum, banana flavor. Seo-jun enjoyed the snack, gnawing it with his lower teeth. Holding the snack in one hand, he sucked on it diligently. Seo-jun, who had silently praised Lee Min-jun for averting Seo-jun's tears, turned her sharp gaze to Seo-jun. Swallowing hard, he began to speak. Our group is so unknown that we don't have a single fan. It would be a blessing to have someone we know. We only got on one music broadcast as a filler. I thought we should at least get our name out there, so I worked hard on a music video and posted articles online, but the views are low. I'm afraid we'll just fade into obscurity. Seo-jun took a sip of his coffee, his throat parched. I thought we should at least get our name out there, so one of the members suggested posting a broadcast on YouTube. Not just an introduction, but something like a short variety show. Since parenting shows are popular these days, we thought that might be a good approach. So you're using Seo-jun. Seo-jun is famous, so we thought we could use that popularity. Exploited. No, not exploit. No. Yes, that's right. Tension rose again. The choice of words about using his nephew was unfortunate. Cold sweat dripped down his face. Seo-jun fell into thought. Her brother had spent 3 years unemployed, his self-esteem waning. But now, employed, his complexion looked good despite not being able to come home. He was clean-shaven, his hair neat, and his clothes clean. It seemed he was finally starting to fulfill his role as a person. Well, if the company fails, will he become unemployed again? It was clear that the fate of the new idol group depended on their debut, since they belonged to a fledgling company. Even if they didn't fail completely, things would get harder for them. Seo-jun took a sip of her coffee. It's nice to help my brother, but this was different from the 2 short videos of eating food that they had filmed. Even though it was on YouTube, not television, it was still a variety show. Seo-jun would be seen by many people, and his mouth would be moving up and down. She was worried. I agree. Abu. Agree. Lee Min-jun raised his hand. Seo-jun, who had finished his snack, also raised his hand. He didn't expect it, but he was already going to appear on a variety show. He was all for it. The 2 father and son, who looked alike, raised their hands in the same pose. Seo-jun relaxed her stiff face and chuckled. Look, Seo-jun agrees too. But it's okay. This is also a memory. I'm busy with work and you're busy taking care of Seo-jun. How can we film Seo-jun all day long? It will be a great memory later. He said that, but he was clearly agreeing for her and Seo-jun-chan's sake. Seo-jun squeezed her husband's hand. Lee Min-jun also held his wife's hand. The couple's eyes softened. Before long, Seo-jun slipped out of his dad's arms and sat on his Uncle Chan's lap. He leaned his back on his uncle's stomach. Seo-jun also quietly followed the mood. They're still newlyweds. Seo-jun gave Seo-jun a baby cookie and quietly left the living room. He headed to Seo-jun's toy room. He closed the door tightly. Phew, sis, you scared me to death. He shivered. Then he flopped down on the floor and hugged Seo-jun, talking to him. Seo-jun, your mom, she's really scary, right? Abubup. Be nice to her later so you don't get scolded. This is a favor, a favor. If it's not for your uncle, there's no one who will take your sister. Your uncle is like a Buddha. Seo-jun grumbled and looked at Seo-jun. He was sucking on a cookie in one hand. He was so cute. Is this because you're my nephew and you look cute to me? Or are you just cute? I'm just cute. Leak. The door opened. Seo-jun was standing there. Seo-jun stuttered. Did you hear? What? Never mind, you didn't have to hear. That your uncle is a Buddha. You heard everything. Stop talking nonsense and come out. Seo-jun heard everything. He learns bad words. Seo-yun snorted and hugged Seo-jun. Our Seo-jun is smart and doesn't use bad words. Abu. That's right. See, that's what I'm talking about. At his sister's doting words, Seo-yun was at a loss for words. So, are you going to appear on the show? Let's hear the plan first. They haven't discussed what content they'll shoot, and we need to hear how much they'll pay. Seo-yun spoke decisively, and Seo-yun nodded in agreement. That's my sister. What? Nothing. Shall we look at this proposal first? Seo-yun quickly took out his phone and opened the file. The file was a proposal created by the members of Coco Enter, huddled together with the president's permission. It looked a bit rough, as it was something none of them had done before. Seo-yun began, "We've set the filming time to 48 hours. Isn't that too long?" Her first comment was a criticism. Seo-yun, with a face full of things to say but choosing not to, continued. 24 hours is too short, sister. It would end just as we're getting to know each other. Fine, let's move on. All right, and the number of episodes we'll upload on YouTube will depend on the footage we get, but we're thinking about 8 episodes, each 15 minutes long. People watch short videos on YouTube, unlike television, and if we upload 2 episodes a week, we can release them all before the music broadcast in 4 weeks. Lee Seo-jun and Seo-yun nodded. Gaining confidence, Seo-yun said, "We'll upload it on our group channel, but I hope Jun can promote our channel on his channel later." Of course, we'll pay separately for the promotion. As Seo-yun raised her hand, Seo-yun quickly responded, understanding his sister's intentions. Seo-yun smiled in satisfaction. "We have Christmas in the middle, so we'll shoot 1 or 2 episodes with that concept, and the rest will be our daily lives." Listening to the plan, 48 hours seemed insufficient. What if we run out of content? We're also considering 8 episodes of 10 minutes each, or maybe just 4 episodes. Seo-yun trailed off and sighed. Will we even get that much? What do you think, sister? Does Jun have a sense of variety? What do you expect from an 8-month-old baby? How about the variety sense of your group members? Darling. At Seo-yun question, Seo-yun racked his brain. Smart Park Seo-jin, Kevin Kim who blurts out English when rushed, playful Hwang-yi-jun, and the youngest Choi Si-yoon. They had only been together for 3 weeks, but their characters were distinct. But as for variety sense, I'm not sure. Ugh. It'll go well. Jun is already a YouTube star. If all 500,000 subscribers watch it once, it'll be huge. Lee Seo-jun patted the gloomy sibling's shoulders. Jun shrugged his shoulders. Indeed, the channel had already surpassed 500,000 subscribers. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. Wow, it's increasing again. Choi Si-yoon said as he refreshed the channel. Every time he refreshed the channel with his latest model of fine pad, the subscribers increased by dozens. Kevin and Hwang-yi-jun, who were sitting in front of the computer, also browsed through various sites in the US and Korea, looking into the channel and the elephant milk formula. They had heard from their manager, Seo-yun, that the baby they were going to film a parenting show with, Lee Seo-jun, had starred in an elephant milk formula commercial. Kevin, you're writing in English again, Dr. Park Seo-jin. Hwang-yi-jun shouted, looking at Kevin who was mumbling at a frightening speed and in English. Hwang-yi-jun, who was teased by the members for being poor in Korean, let alone English. Sitting separately, Park Seo-jun, who had been taking notes on parenting books such as etc., looked at Hwang Yi-jun with a face full of dark circles. We're filming in 3 days. Instead of looking at useless things, read this book. Hwang Yi-jun, who was shaking his head, quietly turned off the computer and took the book. I get sleepy when I read books. It's okay, half of it is pictures. Park Seo-jun, the leader who had the meticulousness to choose a book that suited Hwang Yi-jun's level. Hwang Yi-jun looked at the book title. Read it so that you can read it without interruption, and tell it as a story. Got it. Choi Si-yoon, who was sitting next to Hwang Yi-jun, who started reading the fairy tale book, put down his fine pad and headed towards Park Seo-jun. Seo-jun Hyung, what should I do? You. Kevin, who was analyzing the elephant milk formula ad, took out a card from his kangaroo pocket and threw it. Park Seo-jun, who was used to receiving the card, handed it to Choi Si-yoon. You go to the nearest big mart and buy some toys that the babies will like. He's 8 months old and a boy. Got it. Of course I do. What's the limit? None. Okay, I'll be back. But Choi Si-yoon, who was excited to look around the new products in the electronics corner of the big mart, stiffened as he heard Park Seo-jun's faint voice. If Seo-jun doesn't like the toys, you won't be able to use your precious electronics for a while. How long? Park Seo-jun smiled sweetly like an idol in front of the fans, with a fierce glint in his eyes. Choi Si-yoon felt goosebumps as if he had seen the devil's smile. For life. Park Seo-jun, the leader of the group, who had not even debuted yet, was staking the group's life on this filming. Asterisk. Good, installation done. Uncle Chan said. He had come home early in the morning and installed black cameras everywhere, in the living room, the room, and the kitchen. Here and here too, I installed them all. Why do we have to tell them? We won't be here anyway. The landlord should know too. Seo-jun shrugged his shoulders and answered Seo-jun-hai's question. Then he picked up his phone and made a call. Hey, it's me. Are you ready? Yes, just a moment. Park Seo-jun, who received Seo-jun-chan's call, looked at the members who were staring at him in front of him. This was Seo-jun's house, the apartment parking lot. 4 men were sitting in a car with dark-tinted windows, half nervous and half clueless. Seo-jun said over the phone. Come up when you're ready. Don't forget the camera. Yes. The call ended. Park Seo-jun lifted his head from the blackened screen. The 4 of them had each gone through a long trainee life and wandered around different places before settling down at Coco Entertainment. They had experienced many frustrations and failures. They had no more places to go, so they all thought this debut was their last chance. This could be our last chance. It's different from the other companies that kept scamming us and delaying our debut. There are hardly any places that would give us such an opportunity, even though we haven't debuted yet. Park Seo-jun said to the members as if he was making a vow. Let's do our best, everyone. He opened the car door that was tightly locked. Asterisk. Hello, we are brown-black. The 4 men bowed 90 degrees to the couple. Seo-jun, who was in his dad's arms, clapped his hands at their spirit, and Seo-jun-hai and Lee Min-jun stepped back with cold sweat. Seo-jun expressed his pride with a look of seeing his well-grown child. Br Brown-black. Brown, black. 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 Brown, black You can shorten it to BB. You can also call us BB. Isn't it nice? Is it? Nice to meet you. I'm Seo-jun's dad, Lee Min-jun. Lee Min-jun greeted the four men with an awkward smile. Seo-yun-hai also greeted them. Nice to meet you. I'm Seo-jun's mom, Seo-yun-hai. She's my sister. The members nodded at Seo-yun-chan's words. She was the main character of the loud phone call. She was a plain beauty, unlike the fierce-looking Seo-yun-chan. Hello, I'm the leader of Brown Black, Park Seo-jin. I'm the rapper, Kevin Kim. I'm the sub-vocal, Hwang Yi-jun. I'm the dancer and the youngest, Choi Si-yoon. They bowed 90 degrees again. It was getting uncomfortable. Lee Min-jun quickly led them to their seats. There was not enough space on the sofa, so they all sat on the living room floor. There were fruits and snacks on the table, but Brown Black was stiff as if they were in a difficult situation, and they couldn't even look at the refreshments, let alone move. In the awkward atmosphere, Seo-yun-hai opened her mouth. Are there no other people? She thought there would be a production team like a TV show, but it didn't seem like it. Seo-yun-chan shook his head. I don't plan to do anything big, just something small. The camera is already installed and recording, and the rest of the filming is done by me, and just a moment. Seo-yun-chan got up from his seat and made a phone call somewhere. As their manager, Seo-yun-chan left his seat, Brown Black wondered if they should get up or not. Yes, it's the 12th floor. Yes, room 5. He had a brief conversation with someone and hung up the phone. They've arrived. At the same time, the doorbell rang. Seo-yun-chan opened the door, and a woman with short hair and a large bag was standing there. Hello. Seo-yun-hai and Lee Min-jun, who were sitting down, also got up and greeted her. Seo-jun, who was in his father's arms, also said hello. Brown Black, who didn't know what to do, also got up and bowed to the new guest. Hello. Nice to meet you. This is Dr. Kim Hwarion, a pediatrician. She's also the head of our company's PR team. I'm Kim Hwarion. Seo-yun-hai and Lee Min-jun's eyes widened. What? You brought a pediatrician for the filming? Seo-jun is going to film with strangers for 48 hours without his mom and dad. Don't you think you and your brother would feel relieved? I'm his uncle, but I think we need a doctor to be worry-free. Seo-yun-hai was amazed by her brother's deep thoughts. I didn't know you were so thoughtful. I'm impressed. Kukuhm. Seo-yun-chan coughed and turned his gaze. It was where Brown Black's members were. Seo-yun-hai, Lee Min-jun, and Seo-jun also looked that way. As the people's eyes were focused on them, the four of them felt awkward and flinched. It wasn't me, it was Seo-jin. Well, of course. No, sis. Seo-yun-hai's expression changed. Her brother was still immature after all. Lee Min-jun, who was used to the siblings' quarrel, ignored it and approached the man who introduced himself as Park Seo-jin. He was touched by Park Seo-jin's consideration and delicacy for the baby and his parents. Besides, he was an idol, although he hadn't debuted yet, but he seemed to care for the baby and didn't wear any accessories or makeup. There was a lot of luggage that Brown Black brought at the entrance. Looking at the items that popped out of the bag, it seemed like they had studied a lot about the baby. He felt like he could trust them with Seo-jun. Thank you. You're welcome. Now, do you want to hold Seo-jun? Lee Min-jun lifted Seo-jun from his arms and handed him over to Park Seo-jin. Park Seo-jin, who had never seen such a young baby around him, trembled his hands and carefully held Seo-jun. Hello. It's a bit uncomfortable. Seeing the expressions of Park Seo-jun and the other three people who were holding him, he decided to hold back from crying. They looked so unhappy. Lee Minjun adjusted Park Seo-jun's posture. Don't hug him like that, it will make Seo-jun uncomfortable. Put your arm inside like this. Seo-jun smiled brightly as his dad coached him to a comfortable position. He was used to being hugged by the same people every day, but it felt different to be hugged by a stranger. Kaya. Teacher Kim Hwayan. Ezra. Why is this happening? Eek. Brown Black was in chaos at the baby's laughter. Park Seo-jun and Kevin kept calling for the doctor, while Choi Se-yoon quickly took out the toys he had bought. Hwang Yejun was so flustered that he couldn't say a word and just screamed. It was a mess. Is this okay? There's a doctor here, so don't worry, but isn't this kind of funny? Seo Yoon-hai and Lee Minjun whispered to each other. As Lee Minjun said, it was only a few minutes of situation, but they couldn't help laughing. Seo Yoon-chin looked at the cameras installed in the living room and smirked. I'm glad I installed them in advance. Kim Hwayan cautiously held up the camera. It was the one she used to practice dancing at Coco Entertainment. I've been filming since I came in. I got everything. That's great. It's good to have a lot of content to edit. Seo Yoon-chin smiled and tried to take the camera from Kim Hwayan. If only she didn't step back. What's wrong? That I'm sorry. Kim Hwayan couldn't say it, but Seo Yoon-chin, who had lived with a fierce face for 29 years, noticed it right away. It must be his scary face that was the problem. Kim Hwayan unconsciously stepped back from Seo Yoon-chin's fierce face. No, it's okay. Then give me the footage later. Kaya Hahasa. Teacher, Seo-jun is still laughing. Ezra. Kevin, speak Korean. He can't understand you, but Seo-jun really seems to be laughing too much. Teacher, how about this? Should I give him this? Seo Yoon-chin turned his head to the noisy place. Brown Black was rolling their feet and trying to calm Seo-jun down. Choi Se-yoon was holding a big stuffed animal and showing it to him. Seo Yoon-chin tapped his forehead. No, he's laughing because you guys are funny. Kaya Hahasa. Seo Yoon-chin's words didn't reach Brown Black's ears. They were too panicked to hear anything. Seo-jun had never seen such funny people before. He laughed so much that he felt like tears were coming out. Seo-jun's tears. Seo-jun is crying. Ezra. Can someone else hold Seo-jun for me? A single tear drop was very powerful. Hwang Yejun and Choi Se-yoon were running around, and Kevin was shouting doctor. Park Seo-jun was holding Seo-jun with his trembling arms and sweating coldly. Looking at Brown Black rolling their feet, ahaha. Mom and Dad were holding their stomachs and laughing, and even the doctor and Uncle Channy burst into laughter. Seo-jun also laughed happily. Chapter 16. To have a calm conversation, Seo-jun headed to his dad's arms first. Brown Black, who had barely calmed down, collapsed on the floor with an exhausted expression. They were so tense that they almost lost their minds. You've only been here for less than 10 minutes. How are you going to handle 48 hours like this? Seo Yoon-chan laughed. Brown Black's faces turned pale. It's been 10 minutes already. 48 hours is 2,880 minutes. Park Seo-jun's hand trembled as he did the math in his head. It's okay. You'll get used to it soon if you struggle a little at first. The four of them felt a slight comfort from Seo Yoon-hai's words. Seo-jun took out a stack of 4 papers and put them on the table. Brown Black, Seo-jun and Kim Hwa-yeon looked at the pile of papers. Seo-jun knew. These papers were books that his mom and dad had worked hard on last night. They were customized parenting books for Brown Black, who would take care of Seo-jun, and for Seo-jun's comfortable and safe 48 hours without his mom and dad. They even wrote down Seo-jun's preferences in detail. What is this? It's what you need when you take care of Seo-jun. For now. Seo-jun answered Seo-jun-chan's question and opened the book. The first page. I divided Seo-jun's eating time, nap time, play time, sleeping time, etc. into 24 hours. Brown Black listened to the explanation as they looked at the first page. The baby's daily schedule filled the A4 paper. Wow, he eats every 3 hours. He also naps twice a day. Especially for meal time. Seo-jun knows it very accurately, so you have to feed him on time before he cries. Not even a minute late. Before he cries. Brown Black swallowed their dry saliva. And behind that, there are methods for making formula and baby food, recipes for baby food and how to warm up cold baby food, and the amount of snacks Seo-jun can eat. They wrote it down so thoroughly that it was scary. Seo-jun looked at his sister with a bored eye. She wasn't this meticulous before she got married, was she? Is this the power of a mother? The pages fluttered. Seo-jun's favorite toys and dolls. Seo-jun paused for a moment and then opened her mouth again. You don't need them, right? She couldn't show them Kim Hee-sung's monster doll. How could she show them a doll with 2 heads and fierce teeth? She had already hidden all of Seo-jun's dolls in the back seat of the car, except for one bear doll. Yes, we also brought toys and dolls. Hwang-yi-jun raised his hand and said, most of the luggage was toys and dolls and things for Seo-jun. Seo-jun smiled brightly. That's good. I hope this opportunity will make Seo-jun. I wish he would like normal dolls. Seo-jun voice got smaller and smaller, and the last word was barely audible. Lee Min-jun, who was sitting next to her and listening to her voice, nodded as if he agreed, and Seo-jun, who had his dolls taken away, pouted his lips. He felt like he had to give up Uncle Hee-sung's doll for the next 2 days. I'm glad I still have the doppelganger bear doll. Unlike other normal dolls, Uncle Hee-sung's monster doll had something that satisfied Seo-jun's soul. That's why he felt like he couldn't do without it. I wrote down the order of bathing. Bathing, we have to do that too. Seo-jun and Seo-jun nodded at Choi Si-yoon's bewildered question. Of course. Of course. Seo-jun continued to explain. As she did, Brown Black's faces grew worse. They had prepared themselves, but there were a lot of things to be careful of and to do. They finally realized it. For 48 hours, everything about this tiny baby depended on them. They had never raised a pet before, and now they had to take care of a baby who couldn't speak. They felt like fainting just thinking about it. That's about it. How do you feel? Do you think you can do it? I'll try my best. They couldn't say they would do well, feeling guilty. Well then, it's time to feed Seo-jun, who wants to try. Brown Black turned to stone at Lee Min-jun's words. Seo-jun, who had an alarm clock in his stomach, was ready. He would cry if even a second passed. You have to feed him before he cries. You haven't even made the formula yet, right? Me, I'll make the formula. Me too, I have a thermometer. Hwang-yi-jun jumped up and ran to the kitchen. Choi Si-yoon followed him, taking out a thermometer from his bag. Seo-jun and Kim Hwa-yeon followed them with cameras. Lee Min-jun's eyes turned to Kevin and Park Seo-jin. The two men were like mice in front of a snake, unable to move. "Then who among you two?" "I'll let the leader do it. I haven't held him yet." "Then how about Kevin?" Kevin shuddered at Lee Min-jun's words. "Here, Kevin." "Oh." Lee Min-jun handed Seo-jun to Kevin. Kevin's hands trembled, but luckily he was sitting down, so Seo-jun landed safely between his knees. "Lay him down slightly to the side like this. HMMPH. Put a cushion under him if he's uncomfortable." Seo-jun arched his back and whined at the awkward position. Lee Min-jun, a competent father, quickly put a cushion under Seo-jun's back from the sofa. Seo-jun's expression relaxed. Seo-jun was comfortable, but Kevin's posture was, in a word, weird. He looked like a puppet controlled by strings, his arms moving in different directions. "You look like a marionette, Kevin." How about lowering your right arm a bit?" Park Seo-jin and Lee Min-jun moved Kevin's arms around, but they couldn't find a comfortable position. When they moved one arm, the other arm moved automatically. What do we do?" I'm fine." Kevin looked uncomfortable in his posture, but he insisted that he was fine. Min-jun and Seo-jun worried about him, but they didn't know how to help. He was more anxious about the heavy baby on his lap. He wanted to shake his legs, but he was afraid of dropping the baby. He nervously bit his lips. "My legs, they're going numb." The living room was filled with panic and anxiety, but the kitchen was warm and cozy. "This is his favorite formula." "I know, elephant formula, I saw the ads." Seung-hae taught them how to make the formula and where to find the bottles. Ye-jun and Se-yeon followed her instructions. They spilled some powder and water on the floor, but they soon made a warm bottle of formula. Seung-hae checked the temperature of the formula. Se-yeon sneakily looked at the thermometer as well. 40 degrees. "You can make it like this next time." "Yes, leave it to us." They came back to the living room with the bottle. Seung-jun was lying on one side of the room, laughing quietly. Min-jun and Seo-jun were looking at Kevin, who was holding Seo-jun, with worried expressions. "This is the best we can do." "I guess so." Seo-jun nodded at Min-jun's words. They had tried many positions, but this was the best one. "What is this?" Ye-jun, who was shaking the bottle vigorously, exclaimed in disbelief. Kevin, who didn't know where to put his arms, had stretched them out like the armrests of a chair. Seo-jun and Lee Min-jun, who had been watching the four men and the baby, quietly got up from their seats. They were the couple who decided to leave the house when the baby and Brown-Black were off guard, following Seo-jun-chan's suggestion. Seo-jun waved her hand to call Seo-jun-chan. Seeing the two people getting up, Seo-jun-chan mouthed, "Are you leaving now?" "Yes, we taught them everything we could. There's nothing more to do." "Brother-in-law, please take good care of Seo-jun." Kim Hwa-yeon, who was filming Brown-Black, also noticed that the couple was leaving and nodded her head in greeting. Seo-jun and Lee Min-jun also quietly said goodbye and headed towards the front door. The door that was slightly open due to Seo-jun-chan's trick closed silently. "Sigh, I hope they do well." "They'll be fine. They have a doctor and a brother-in-law." "I trust them, but still." 48 hours. They had never been apart for so long as a family. They couldn't move their feet from the front of the door. Lee Min-jun, who guessed his wife's feelings, hugged Seo-jun shoulders as she stared at the closed door. When will we have a chance to rest like this? How about we go on a trip this time? We can't go far. I know, then where should we start? Seo-jun and Lee Min-jun smiled at each other on their long-awaited date. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Wow, he finished it all. He really eats well. Brown Black, who had been staring blankly at Seo-jun eating, came to his senses when the bottle of formula ran out. Hwang Yi-jun turned around with a bright smile. What should we do next, Wah? The two people he thought would be there were nowhere to be seen. At Hwang Yi-jun's surprised voice, the eyes of the three people who were watching Seo-jun also turned to the back. Gone. The quiet and calm atmosphere flew away in an instant. Brown Black's eyes twitched with anxiety and panic. Park Seo-jun's eyes quickly turned to Seo-jun, who was holding the camera. He was too shocked to speak and just opened and closed his mouth. The eyes of the three people who didn't know what to do also followed Park Seo-jun and turned to Seo-jun. Seo-jun, who had a mischievous smile on his face, mouthed. Brown Black and Jun's 48 hours. It starts now. What? Seo-jun leaned his back on Kevin's stomach, as if he was sitting on a comfortable chair. He stretched out his sore legs and grabbed Kevin's arms, which served as armrests, with both of his hands. He was in the most relaxing position ever. He's a human chair, a human chair. Choi Si-yoon's remark made the others laugh. Seo-jun leaned his back against Kevin's stomach and gripped the armrests with his skinny arms as if he were sitting in a recliner. He stretched out his chubby legs, and it was the most comfortable position in the world. A human chair, a human chair. The others burst out laughing at Choi's comment. Seo-jun liked the fluffy cushions and the comfort of Kevin's chair. Excitedly, he grabbed Kevin's arms, which had become armrests, and wiggled his bum. 8 months now. Seo-jun was old enough to hold onto something and pull himself up. Come on, feed him. Seo-jun looked at the time and opened her mouth to feed Seo-jun before he cried. Lee Min-jun laid Seo-jun back down on the cushion. He moved Kevin's arms this way and that, finally getting him into a natural position. Here's your bottle. Hwang Yi-sung, who had been eagerly shaking the bottle, handed it to Kevin. With a slightly trembling hand, Kevin took the bottle and slowly put the nipple into Seo-jun's mouth. All eyes of Brown Black gathered on Seo-jun. Seo-jun and Kim Hwarion slowly moved the camera to capture the faces of the four. The expressions of the four people, who were tense with anxiety and panic, slowly relaxed. A small baby was holding a bottle with his eyes tightly closed as if he was happy. Brown Black slowly sat down in front of Kevin, who was holding Seo-jun. The tiny baby was eagerly sucking on the nipple and eating, a very unfamiliar feeling they had never experienced before. They seemed to be touched somehow. Brown Black was mesmerized, unable to take his eyes off Seo-jun for a moment. The awkward posture and the uneasy atmosphere changed to a natural and comfortable one. Brown Black was staring blankly at Seo-jun eating when he snapped out of it as the bottle ran out of milk. Hwang Yi-jun turned around with a bright smile. What should we do next, Wah? The two people he expected to see there were nowhere to be found. At Hwang Yi-jun's surprised voice, the three people who were watching Seo-jun also looked behind. Gone. The quiet and calm atmosphere vanished in an instant. Brown Black's eyes widened with anxiety and panic. Park Seo-jun's eyes quickly darted to Seo-jun, who was holding a camera. He was too shocked to speak and just opened and closed his mouth. The three people who didn't know what to do also followed Park Seo-jun's gaze to Seo-jun. Seo-jun grinned mischievously and mouthed the words, "Brown, Black, and Jun's 48 hours. It starts now." What? Chapter 17. Chapter 17. The living room was silent. Seo-jun dropped the empty bottle he was holding onto the floor. Unlike the veteran dad who had caught it in an instant, Brown Black didn't even react. The empty bottle rolled and stopped. I shouldn't do this to the kids." Seo-jun looked at Brown Black, who were spaced out, and Seo-jun, who was giggling and saying he had secured enough footage with the surprise camera. He remembered last night. Asterisk. Let's write down Seo-jun's daily routine for the first chapter. We have to write down the meal times clearly. He'll cry if we're even a minute late. Seo-jun and Lee Seo-jun took out an A4 paper and wrote down the daily schedule like a plan. Wake up, eat, play, nap. Wow, he lives such a simple life, Seo-jun. Seo-jun laughed at Lee Seo-jun's remark. It's not easy to find new games every time, even with a simple schedule. And lately, Seo-jun seems to be bored with playing with me too. Seo-jun glanced at Seo-jun, who was playing with the twin-head ogre by grabbing both sides of its head and pulling it in opposite directions. Seo-jun flinched, but the couple didn't notice. I've been getting bored lately. A normal baby wouldn't know, but Seo-jun, who had many past lives, was getting tired of playing with dolls every time, and since he was still a baby, he had limited people to meet. Babies, moms, uncle. He could count them on both hands, but he heard that new people were coming tomorrow. Seo-jun was excited. Kayak. He twisted the head of the twin-head ogre. The doll didn't burst a single thread, whether it was because of the baby's weak strength or because Kim Hee-sang made it sturdy. Lee Seo-jun, who was writing down the points to watch out for while taking care of Seo-jun, said, "He must be good at singing if he's an idol." According to Chan, he's been a trainee for a long time, so he's pretty good. Seo-jun recalled Seo-jun-chan's words. Seo-jun-chan sighed and said, "They're all good kids and they can sing, dance, and rap well, but something feels a bit lacking. They're working hard and the other staff members say they're doing well, but I don't know." Seo-jun-chan told his sister everything he couldn't say to the staff and the kids. He thinks he's the only one who thinks the kids are lacking. He didn't say anything because he thought it might be a silly thought, but he said he really hopes that the lacking part will be filled. The Coco Enter staff members were very nice. Only Seo-jun-chan had a bit of a nagging feeling. Lee Seo-jun tilted his head. Isn't it because he lacks experience in the field? He can build that up on stage after he debuts. Maybe. Oh, this baby food recipe seems wrong. Oh my, you're right. Seo-jun quickly picked up a pen. Seo-jun, who was listening with his ears perked up, thought. Lacking. It was Seo-jun-chan's uncle's opinion, but he felt like his uncle was right. Seo-jun was lost in thought. A 4-member male idol group. What was missing? I hope it goes well for Uncle and Mom. Seo-jun fell asleep as he watched his mom and dad prepare until late at night. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself before the Library of Life. The only door that was open was a blue one. Wonder if this will open next year. What books lay beyond the door next to the blue one? There were so many he couldn't remember. Seo-jun crawled into the blue door. Inside, the library was still a mess. Seo-jun diligently crawled through the scattered and toppled books. I'm sure I've read this before. He rummaged through the books, searching recalling he had read books about life related to music. Seo-jun flipped through each book, reading the titles. There seemed to be a perfect skill for the people coming tomorrow. Not. Nor. Definitely not. Ah, here it is. He opened a book and, reading the life written within, felt there could be no better skill. Perfect. The book sparkled, and round beads seeped into the palms of Seo-jun's hands. He opened his palms to reveal long batons engraved on them. The musical talent of those connected to the conductor varies up to 1.3 times depending on the bond. The bond with the conductor and the connectors is numerically represented. Maximum connection, 4. ****. Regaining his senses, Brown-Black handed Seo-jun the only remaining teddy bear and sat around in a circle. Even a simple YouTube entertainment video netted a main theme. Brown-Black, along with Seo-jun, created a rough sequence of events like a script. Now, as filming began, it was time to introduce Brown-Black to the viewers and Seo-jun. Hwang Yi-jun, the MC, pulled out a toy microphone from his bag. Now, let's start with the introductions. Clap, clap. Seo-jun joined in the applause. New faces had arrived in his mundane life. His heart raced. Screech. It seems our Seo-jun is already having fun. First up, the star of this broadcast. Let's introduce Seo-jun. Park Seo-jin read from the paper given by Seo-jun. Later, during editing, Seo-jun and Lee Min-jun's voices would be added. Name, Lee Seo-jun. Born on March 10th, already 8 months old. He has 2 bottom teeth and his favorite play is with dolls. Wow, only 8 months old, so young. A real newborn. Next, let's introduce the Brown-Black brothers who will be with Seo-jun for the next 48 hours. Hwang Yi-jun passed the microphone to Park Seo-jin, who waved at Seo-jun. The footage for the viewers would be filmed separately later. Hello, Seo-jun. I'm your brother Park Seo-jin, the leader of Brown-Black.